Alright, assuming we have no technical difficulties. Hello, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Wanderer's Guide to Esterra LARP podcast. My name is Luke, your Wandering Guide. This is episode 7, casually chatting about Winter Summit 2023. With guests, of course. Right here at the top, a couple things to mention, as has been done in the past, and I tend to do. Downtime session is being done through a Google form this time around. That is currently not live at the time of recording, and being live right now, the 17th of June, 2023. But it will be going... that Google form will be made available at some point. I would guess. I understand I am not on the Concord team, so I'm not speaking certainty here or any official capacity, but my guess is the form will be available to go and do in probably a week or two. Bar complications, that is my guess. That is no definite. Please do not take that as a word of law, because it is not. Yeah, so being done from Google Forms now. It'll probably be open, if memory serves from what was said at the end of Summit, for a couple of weeks. Maybe longer, it may be shorter, depending on what the team decides, as they are currently having their sort of debrief meeting this weekend. So, you know, we'll know how all that's going to shape up in time. So make sure you get, once the downtime stuff is open, please get it done as soon as possible. Or as soon as you are able, rather. Do not sort of leave it hanging around, or you will be default actioning, especially if you needed to do other things. It was very, very important. Beyond this, there really isn't too much, I guess, worth mentioning. I finally have a YouTube channel now. Things have been uploaded there. The link to that is on this Twitch page of this channel. I do have my own Discord server now, though it is a rough work in progress. It exists. It is a place you can go. Specifically, it is a place where I will put announcements in that, you know, live streams and video uploads and things that I do will be going there, as well as the other places. But this is more so just, I have a space to just do my thing. People want to run in, jump in, talk about stuff. This is a place you can also do that. Yeah, I got nothing more to really chinwag about for the most part here. There is not a lot. We are a couple of weeks out of the most recent summit. Life is returning to normal, as normal as life usually is. But now, we will delve back into the world of Esterra and Concord, and take this time to open forth the floodgates and let everything pour out. Hopefully in a controlled and, in a controlled manner, as best as we are able. We will be doing our best to keep things, I guess, super secret information that, you know, in-game is not publicly known a lot. You know, maybe keep some stuff secret for you to find out in-game. Other stuff we're definitely going to talk about. I've certainly got a lot to talk about. Yeah, we're going to go through day by day, from Friday, for those of us that were there, through to the Monday and the end of Summit. And then we might have a chat about how we think things are shaping up and going into Summer Summit 2023. And who am I going to be doing this with, you might ask? Well, if you have the capability of reading in whatever form, you will notice the chat title, good lord. The stream title says it all. But I will let them introduce themselves. Welcome, guests.
Hi, I'm Melody, and my character is Vid Whisperos, a and commoner seeking to become a knight. And yeah, I think that's all for my intro.
Well, I'm Charley, with an IE, and I play Ekorn Eramet, of Vale of Stags, who is an addict to the joyous Archmage's spirit, which is why no one will supply me it anymore. And I do a little bit of healing here, there, and everywhere when needed. That's pretty much it.
Excellent. Welcome to you both. We do have a word from our lovely, lovely Tim. The downtime sheet will likely be released next week and will likely be open for 2 weeks. So there we are.
Fantastic.
Brilliant.
A shout out to all you artisans. Make sure you get it done.
Get all of your commissions done, especially since I hear there's a artisan guild now.
Yes, headed by the wonderful Josh Stephens, who is hopefully going to make a significant difference to confluxes with his idea. So I'm not going to spoil it, but it's going to hopefully be a game changer.
Yeah, there's
everything has been a game changer this last time. It hasn't.
I mean, I would look. I would say. Every summit, at least every summit I've been to, which is all but the first, every aspect of the game, both mechanically and sort of, the in-game internal workings, has been getting smoother and smoother and smoother. So as far as I'm concerned, it can only get better from a efficiency perspective.
Can it though? Can it though from this last summit from in-character experience?
Weirdly,
Can it?
weirdly, as someone that may or may not be facing death at the next summit, I'm very optimistic.
You're going to have to narrow that down. That's literally all of us after what we've witnessed.
True, but mine is a little more. Mine is a little more immediate.
Yes, this is
true. We'll get to that. So. I guess that really answers the question right there, because I was just going to say, like, in short, how do we feel of coming out of the summit just gone? And that really sums it up. It's really just
panic, chronic worry, and oh god, are we going to possibly lose territory or even?
I think that for me, it's been a case of my psyche is just rubbing his hands together going, oh boy, I'm going to make so much money from the next game if I've made this much from this one. So, yeah, good times.
Hey, but you're getting help and sorting yourself out. That's genuinely awesome to hear.
Yeah, look, my bill's definitely going to go to Jason Lowry after this game.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Like, as I said, like, oof. This summit is oof. A lot of them have been very much oof. This one, if I were to call this
more oof.
Yeah, like, this might be a bit of an overstatement, but I feel like I could call this summit, in part, a monumental cock-up.
I love it. That's what we shall definitely start calling it from now on.
Yeah, it's not all of it was bad. There was a surprising amount of good that happened.
Yeah, it is just the bad has overshadowed a lot of it from how bad it were.
I feel the grand historian probably shouldn't call it the monumentous cock-up, maybe like the grand kerfuffle.
Oh, I like the grand kerfuffle.
I think it will suit the history books a little better.
The grand kerfuffle of winter 2023. Delightful. Yeah, so let's kind of peel into Friday proper. So I guess to kick off, were either of you there the Friday?
He was. I certainly was, because I have anxiety, and I like to get the chance to show up early, and so I don't stress about the possibility of being late to anything. So, with the option of being a full day early is brilliant to me.
Yeah, I turned up early for the sheer fact that I looked at the weather forecast and went, well, if I go up on Saturday, I might be setting up in the rain, so I'm going to set up in the sunshine instead.
Goddamn, I'm pretty sure Callum is in chat. Previously, Tristan Smith. Did anyone else die? Terrible experiment gone wrong. Not yet, buddy. Not yet. We'll get there.
Oh. We are just on Friday. Game hasn't even started.
I will get to my which was the first Bill and Ted movie? Because I know the second one was Bogus Journey. Excellent Adventure. That's it. My Excellent Adventure. We'll get to that. God, I love that movie. But yeah, so, and I bring up to talk about Friday because this was my first summit that I had turned up on Friday, and because I wanted to experience sort of what things felt like on the Friday, and also because I had some other stuff I wanted to test out, which sadly did not pan out the way I wanted to, but maybe for reasons I didn't expect, but that doesn't ultimately matter. Yeah, and also because there may be new people listening, either now or in the future, that, you know, maybe want to have an idea of what the Friday tends to be like, because I can say for certain now, it was a different experience. It felt... you could feel the tension to a point, but also, like, Friday was just nice. Like, it wasn't cold during the day. It was, like, warm, but not too warm. And oddly, kind of, like, it had this kind of cool, chill, sort of hangout camp vibe that felt really nice.
It is a very nice lead up. Going to a previous LARP, Shattered Worlds, I always love the whole day before setup concept, because you get to remember that everyone who are playing characters are still people, and you get the chance to meet new people if they're there, basically hang out by the fireplace and get a really good look at the town, especially with all of the upgrades that they have done. Before the...
You lost Melody, or is it just me that's lost Melody?
Are you both still there, or did the?
I'm still here.
Oh, weird. Yeah, Charlie, you just went weird.
Sounds very far away somehow.
Just trying to play around because Camper Cosplay had stated that I should probably move it away.
You know, honestly, Charlie, like you were fine before. I think that's just the best quality you were going to get out of it.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
It might just be the volume control that they're requesting. Maybe they like find you too loud for some reason, but But yeah, like if you move far away, you sound like you're trying to talk of the campsite, basically.
Yeah, so as I've just thrown in chat, like, both of them are on phones, so that's the quality we're at from that end is likely the best we're gonna get.
Sorry.
Which, again,
sorry everyone.
Like, this is the thing. So to me, with headphones, you'll both sound fine, but then again, I'm also running all this through stream software as well, and then that's doing its own fuck up little thing because it's still technically a beta.
Wiggity woo.
So something I would like to sort of state about Fridays as well is that a lot of us, for example, will play tabletop roleplay games, and as we are all very well aware that getting a group of 5-6 players together plus a DM at any time is a nightmare. And so when we finally get Concord, which is this wonderful pivotal time where everyone's like, yeah, I'm going to book time off, I'm going to go. Suddenly everyone's together, and it's quite often the only time you've had a chance to see these people that you absolutely love being around. And so that Friday, having that extra day so you can be out of character and sort of go around, say hello to everyone, it's just so wonderful, especially for someone like me, sort of working and south of the river, don't go to trainings too often because of life. Being able to sort of catch up with people I've not seen in 9 months, it's just wonderful having one day there that I can not only be immersed in LARP, which I love so much, but also be able to catch up with people that, in the grand scheme of it all, I don't get to.
Yeah, adulthood, surprisingly, you will disappear for 9 months and then just reappear acting like not a day has gone by with your friends.
Oh, look, I've got ADHD, that's exactly how it is. I'll forget to check in with people for months and months and months, and then message them, and the ones that haven't got rid of me in that time tend to be just like, oh yeah, we'll just pick up this conversation where we left it.
Yeah. Yeah. I very much enjoyed how there was a full-on string of lights through the town. Whereas before you had to navigate in the dark, everyone needed to bring their own like lantern or light source. And even though it was very cool in its own atmosphere, it was also a little bit concerning of like, if your lantern suddenly dies, you're basically left in the dark because we are nowhere near any civilization, being in the middle of a sheep paddock. And so when it is dark, it is pitch black. Good luck.
Yeah.
No, exactly right. Like, essentially, we then have to go into veteran mode and have to walk around like poor Luke has to, and yeah, it's tripping over everything and weird bumps in the ground. Like, look, just a massive shout out to the build team and everyone that's worked on that, the path system, the lighting system. Like, shout out to Warren, because I know that he's done a lot on it. It's made life so good. Like, when we had the rain, all of that rain that we had, which we'll probably discuss anyway, it was still easy to navigate around, and we weren't slipping and sliding like we were before.
Now,
cosplay, that's not going to be fun for us, but okay.
I don't think it's going to be that. I don't think it'll be that difficult. But we'll. Yep. Good question, Kemper. Thank you very much. We will definitely talk about that. So there is something I do want to talk about the Friday, because I did something stupid.
Oh no.
So
done?
in my, and it's funny that Charlie specifically brings up the whole, having to walk around in the dark as if you're blind, like I do. So in my continuing endeavor to get as much of the site memorized as much as possible, I decided at roughly 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh no.
Yeah. To go, hey, I'm actually going to make the effort and push myself to go out of my comfort zone. I've walked the path to the bathroom a few times now. I should have this memorized. I should be okay. Just go and do it. So I get up, I get all my kit on, I get my stuff on, get my cane, get out the door, and I'm like, alright, from here, walk to here, do this, I'll be fine. I start walking. And then at a certain point, I kind of forget where I am, and go, shit, okay. Retrace your steps, go back, don't worry about it. You have the willpower of a fucking titan. You will be fine. Just go back to sleep. You're going to be fine. start retracing my steps.
You.
Yeah, I start retracing my steps, and then I get lost again. I'm like, fuck. Okay. Don't panic. I get out my phone, which I took with me. I went, fuck it. Alright. I call one of the people I got in the tent, that's staying in the tent with me. I'm like, hey, can you do me a favor? Can you come and find me? Because I don't know where I am. Cool.
For game of hide and seek at 3 o'clock in the morning. Love it.
Like, alright, this will be fine.
No.
The one thing I have going in my head is, please don't fall back asleep. Please don't fall back asleep. Please don't fall back asleep. And I'm mentally chanting this for about 2 minutes. Like, please don't. I don't want to be stuck out here for the next, 4 hours until the sun comes up.
Oh.
So that person does not leave that tent. At least that I can hear. And I'm listening hard. Then I go, alright, fuck it. Try and work out where you are by context clues of stuff around you and go from there. I eventually hit a metal pole, which is in reality a series of metal poles, because I eventually come to realize I am literally on the right-hand side of the tent I'm staying in. I am right next to it. And holy shit, the level of relief I had when I realized that. I was like, oh my god, I'm right here, I'm fine. Oh, quick, get back in the tent, get my boots off, back in the fucking thing. I'm like, nope, I dodged a bullet. Oh, I dodged a bullet hard.
See, I thought this story was going somewhere else. I thought you had ended up peeing in a Larona Marian's house.
If I had managed... So, for slight context, so I every summit so far have been staying with a mate in Boulevard.
Yeah.
So I'm on the other side. If I managed to get over to the Larona Mere side of things, that means I had gotten a lot further than I thought.
Small blessings for both you and the Larona Marian.
Oh god, yeah, no, that was the one thing I'm like, no, I refuse to just piss randomly in the open and pray. That's not happening. I do not have the emotional fortitude to deal with that.
The American style of spray and pray.
Yeah, no, I have a fairly strong willpower for a lot of things. I'm a fairly certain individual, I like to think. I don't have enough of that. That's beyond me.
Look, any of the orcs that are listening, I think are they can now put their red cards away under the table and go, okay, everything's fine still.
But yeah, so dodged a bullet with that, back in the tent, fell back and went, nah. I dodged a bullet there way too easily. I'm not making that mistake again. And I did not. Thank fuck.
If I was physically next to you, I would offer a hug. Oh.
No, that is immensely appreciated. That was not a fun experience. I've not had a mobility scare like that in a good long while.
Yeah.
This does actually lead me on to something, though. What can we do? I certainly know that around the streets and everything else that we see sort of the knobbly bumps on the roads to make sure that that although it's a crossing, be careful. Things like that. Is there anything that we can put in at Concord that's going to help sight impaired people able to navigate better?
So I've thrown out a couple of suggestions here and there as sort of time has gone on, and I've thought about it and gone, all right, well maybe this. It's tricky to do because it's one of those if it gets put in and it doesn't work, has that just been a waste of time and money? And that's kind of thing in and of itself. That being said, the biggest thing that helps is stuff like what are called, in the mobility way of things, are called landmarks, which are basically go from this thing, walk in this direction and find this thing, and then follow that thing until you get to this other thing. The best example of this is the complete paved street leading up that thoroughfare to turn off to go into the Larona Marian area the Shard Circle or the very far end going off to the Witch's Hat or the toilet block. That is the best at the moment because I have the edge of that path. I can just follow that easily. That's really the main thing, is just good guideline, just good lines like that, clean lines that can be easily followed. Because I've tried doing the whole feeling for the difference in sort of rough grass or rough road or whatever, and just sort of going off that. That is not working as well as I did.
Considering it is a sheep paddock, and
there's going to be... Look, I hold no... how would I phrase this? Like, yeah, it is a sheep paddock. An aspect of it will always be a sheep paddock, and that's just kind of how it is. So it's a case of... Part of it is I just need to memorize the path better. Like, that is partially on me. I think I have realized another element of my situation that I probably just need to say fuck it to, which is having an in-character cane is great, and it adds to the character, it adds to the atmosphere, but in terms of usability, it's not good. So I think I'm just gonna have to bite the bullet and say, nah, fuck it, I'm using the cane during game as well, because it... I'm trained to it. Yeah, I'm trained to act. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm actually trained to use the thing, and from like a stress perspective, that would probably make me feel better as well, because at least I have a tool I know I can use.
No, exactly. It's that, or you need to start using echolocation,
which I kind of do already, but I also have fucked hearing because I turn my music up way too loud. Because I'm not listening to music if it's not thrumming through my bones.
That's going to be an interesting mental image for you to have to put together from that. So yeah, let's stick with a cane. It might be easier.
Yeah.
I'm still disappointed because if they'd done what I asked them to do with the Shard Circle and the magic book for you to read, I wanted halfway through in Braille to go, do not touch. They said that was not fair and not funny. And I said, well, I think it would be.
That's kind of funny. I mean, I see the humour in that, personally.
A little bit.
Yeah, like a couple of people throwing in like ideas and suggestions, 100%. Like marking flagstones, not really, because it's difficult. Because I wear such thick-soled boots, it's difficult to get a lot of detail through my feet, through tactile. I get a surprising amount of detail, and I've gotten good at that. But things like symbols and stuff like that is particularly difficult. Wasteland side posts, absolutely. That's actually something I suggested. Of just like, at the sides of the streets or the pathways, and then just follow those. That would actually be very good. But also, as pointed out, just more flagstones, just like paving the streets in general. Because then I can just follow the edge of it and just go with that. Like that itself is just the best way, but at the same time, like, that's a whole thing to do.
Oh, in that case, we'll get Brazil onto that before he's...
You fucker! Oh, that's so good! Holy shit! Fucking... Wow, no... Nah, you rolled up with the Blaze-Sap strike and you just let that thing loose. Good lord. That was a fire I did not expect.
Look, Rosili Bear is a legend, and I just want to put it out there that wasn't meant to throw some shade at him.
No.
I certainly know though that the streets of Concord aren't yet paved in Arkstone, but under his I don't know how to even put Rosil's style of communication, but look, let's go with guidance for lack of anything what's not made up.
Any better?
Yeah, we will eventually have the street paved in arc stone, and maybe some Zerkatars visiting for tea and coffee. But we shall see.
Yeah.
Yes, let's, before we digress, go back to Fridays.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't have too much to really say on Friday. Like, it was really nice sitting in the tavern of the night around the fire and just like chat to people. Partially like talking about game stuff, but also just like having a chat and just talking about fun stuff, about like theorizing about different things as players, like just having a fun, casual time. Yeah, just talking about different stuff, getting stuff set up for the next day. Yeah, experimenting with sort of like, you know, people brought around their own, like, you know, homebrew alcohol concoctions to test. That was a fun time. Yeah, I don't know how Jimmy keeps doing it, but like he keeps coming up with really interesting things. Like the Andashi Delight is already gold star, but like he's got another thing he's kind of working on a little bit that's also kind of nuts that I love.
Interesting. I shall look forward to it.
Yeah, I don't know how well, because by his own admission, it wasn't good. Whereby I pointed out, no, it is good. You just have to mix it with some. You have to mix it with stuff. It's
Yeah.
What did he say it was? It was like this alcoholic honey. No, butterscotch. It was butterscotch. It was just like butterscotch syrup.
Nice.
As a liqueur.
That sounds like a lovely ingredient to some sort of cocktail.
Exactly, that was my thought. Cocktail or something, and then I realised, oh, hang on a second, I know what this would be good in, because I had a thermos of a hazelnut coffee, and I went, alright, hang on, I'll pour a cup of this, alright, pour some of that into this, and the butterscotch came through really well in that coffee. So it turned into, no, this is something you just add to stuff. Like, it's good, it's very strong.
With Bailey's. Like a milkshake sort of thing.
Yep, absolutely. So yeah, that may end up being a thing. I don't know. I hope it does, because that butterscotch syrupy liqueur was absolutely delicious. I adored that.
Very dangerous too.
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, Friday was good. I got the experience I wanted. For the most part. It's definitely something I want to continue to do, because that was just... It's also nice with the other thing I was hoping for, which is get to site, get my shit set up, and then not have to worry about it on Saturday. Like, I can do all my stressing about prepping and having all my stuff on Friday, in which I kind of take my time, because I don't have to worry about gaming. I just have to worry about being there at the same time or after the folk that I'm staying with. It's great.
It just takes out all the stress. You don't have to worry about travel delays. You don't have to worry about sort of being late for whatever reason. You can just wake up when you want in the morning. You know that gaming's not until 3. You can just chill out and just sort of imbue that wonderful atmosphere, especially with the fog and the mist in the morning. Sort of that lifting and everyone sort of laughing and joking in the morning, making breakfast and stuff like that. Good shout out to Keith's mum, by the way. Their setup, the Saxons that invaded the Iron Valley camp were so hospitable. It was wonderful. The breakfast that they gave me was amazing. So thanks all of you guys. Shout out to Charlie. I still get a cold sweat every time I hear Charlie being yelled out, in case it's BJ calling me again. The Friday before game, or the day before game, is such a good experience.
And being a person who doesn't have a driver's license as of yet, it does take a lot of weight, because being someone who basically has to carpool with someone, it takes a lot of that stress of possibly being a extra burden of sort away. Because even though I've been told multiple times by multiple people that it's more than fine to ask for help, it does take that stress away of like, oh bugger, do I have everything absolutely perfect so we can actually leave on time on Saturday so that we can actually get things set up on time before game in, whereas Friday it's just, nah, chill. We just double check over our list and make sure we have everything, and then boom, done. We are gone.
Yep,
Exactly right.
absolutely.
Yeah.
There is, it's good. This is better. Like it's definitely something I'd recommend. Now having done it, it's definitely something I'd recommend to new players that if they want as little stress as possible to try and be there on the Friday. It does mean sort of prepping for an extra night, basically. If you're a Hotel Concord using individual, I don't know how that plays out. If that's something they set up on the Friday or the Saturday, so
They can set it up on the Friday if you give them a heads up.
excellent. There you go.
Yeah.
Perfect. That was my one worry. Is like, what about Hotel Concord, folks? But no, if with sufficient heads up and leeway time for it, that's something that's done. Excellent. There you go. So yeah, new players, heads up. Be there on the Friday if you can. It's a time.
Yeah, and just vibe with people out of character and realize that we are not all here to make things challenging.
Mm-hmm.
So our news, that's bait.
Mhm.
That's bait.
Fuck's sake! What?
At the request of someone in the room who is not me, Avalon did nothing wrong.
We'll get to Avalon and Avalon things and the stuff that came after the Avalon thing. We'll get to that. Don't worry.
We are still on Friday. Still on Friday.
Realistically, I don't think there's anything really to talk about else on Friday. I guess besides like, what do we?
Aside from how well everyone slept.
I mean, I slept fine. Oh, right, yeah. So my hack for the cold. There are the Hot Hands brand of like chemical based and like mineral powder based warmers you can get. There's like hand ones. There's some you can put into your shoes. There's larger ones. There's a bunch of them. And I bought 10 2-packs of these for like $2.20 each. And I just used those all weekend. I even gave up some out to other people, and I still got 3 packs of them left. And those things kept me warm all summer, even at night. I just threw them in my socks. It was great.
Okay.
Yeah, because they're all. It's all a chemical-based system of like using. I think it's like oxidized iron along with a bunch of other materials. When exposed to air, it heats up, and when it gets to its top temperature, it's very, very warm.
The joys of exothermic reactions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. I did the horrid mistake of believing I had enough blankets when I, in fact, did not have enough to keep me warm and insulated. And yeah, most of my nights weren't very pleasant.
Okay, next game you will over plan and will be too warm.
Yeah. Look, you can always take off layers. It is another thing when you don't have enough layers and you're freezing so cold that you question whether or not to test the value of your homies and if they'll let you they'll let you steal some of their warmth.
I feel that we should diverge away from this before the chat goes too wild.
I will say this though, because I am in Bordevar and you yourself are currently still in Bordevar, if it comes to it, Mel, just come find me, because I plan to always have those heat packs in large quantities, just ask for them. I will chuck you a set, no question. Like, these things are an absolute divine. Like, these things are sent from heaven. They work so well.
They have been sent from the spears of.
These are straight from Anarch. 100%. The fire is real. Good.
This bait. Mustn't take the bait.
Hey, I can kind of talk about sphere stuff now, considering what happened to me. We'll get to that though.
Oh, Prozo, that's brilliant.
Oh, what have you done now, you monster?
Now they're Avagon.
Oh.
Avagon. I like it. That's
good.
Superb.
That's a solid one.
Almost gone, given the fact that the Lionheart and
Also, Don Brunner and Sir Louis Soir are still within Concord.
Oh, so there's 3 Avalon folks left, not 2.
Yeah. Basically, also Don Bremer's player couldn't come to this Concord, to this summit. Yeah. So he was unfortunately absent for the absolutely dramatic cutscene that was. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I could have sworn there was only 2. Alright, it's 3. Cool. Alright. Cool. At least then. I mean, that's their problem to deal with, but. Okay. Cool. Yeah. So do we have anything else to bring up about Friday beyond, how obnoxiously cold it was?
Obnoxiously, it was pleasantly cold. It was nice to actually be cold in Australia for the first time ever. But yes, other than the cold, I've got nothing else to state.
Do we want to actually? We should do justice to this. So we may as well talk about it now of how we think the camps, the different sort of. I'm still trying to come up with like an appropriate term to call them other than camps, because yes, they're camps, but we're meant to be in a city, so it's like
suburbs.
Would it be suburb? Like precinct?
Only works for the Rona Mayor and all of their war crimes.
Or maybe Bordevar as well, because they have a sheriff.
Like, from my understanding, Passage is literally some random small town, and everyone just comes and literally brings their camping gear. Like, what it basically looks like right now is meant to be what it looks like. Passage is a legit small town, and just everyone comes over and pitch up tents. So yeah,
I suppose.
Like when Boddington has the medieval festival or Ballingup.
Yeah.
Oh, districts, yes.
Yeah, district. No, district. I'm going with district from now on. That's perfect. Because I wanted to say, because my brain says I'm going to go over to the Bordevar quarter, but that's wrong because there's 5, and saying that district. Yeah. I like district. District is good.
Yeah,
I'm using that from now on.
District works really well.
So I guess we'll start. We may as well start with I would like to start with Iron Valley, actually, because I have heard. I've actually never been in Iron Valley. Actually, no, I tell a lie. I've been in Iron Valley once at my first summit, and I've not been there since. Yet. Apparently, you'll have like a longhouse of some kind now.
Yeah, look. A big shout out yet again to the Iron Valley build team. We've got it's a longhouse in progress, essentially multiple A-frames put together with a big canvas over the top. Simple, but it worked. It worked so well, especially during the raining days. We could actually have somewhere undercover to go and talk. It's going to, I believe, become a more permanent structure over time. It's going to be good. It's going to be really, really good, especially when you sort of look at Lorona Mare and Andash and just how built up it is now. It sort of does present that keeping up with the Smiths next door feel of, we need to up building game, I suppose.
I think you've definitely achieved it with the Longhouse. Like that's such a cool thing. Like I genuinely adore that. It's definitely something at the upcoming summit that I am probably gonna try and sort of schmooze my way into, because I have politely and respectfully and partially jokingly threatened that I'm bringing a very small bottle of extremely powerful hot sauce as my
Oh no.
oh yeah, no, this thing is 15 times hotter than ghost chilies and pepper spray.
Oh no!
Are you literally trying to assassinate me, given the fact that I am actually highly allergic to capsaicin? So something like that would cause
I did not know that.
So I'm just putting it out there. Is this an assassination attempt against Ekorn?
Absolutely not. So I will be making it very clear when I do, flourish it forth. It will be a statement of consume at your own peril. Because it is that. It is genuinely that hot. I can attest to it because I tried it before I bought it. It is tasting the color red. It's pain. It is very much pain.
Just sounds like
It is licking brimstone, I guess.
Oh yeah, no, this is distilled and bottled dragonfire. This thing is pain. It's called the Inferno, for God's sake.
The actual Blaze Sap Striker.
That's not bad either, actually. Hey, you want to try some edible Blaze Sap?
Do you know that they actually made this stuff taste half decent? Like, this is good. This is what all the sailors are now putting up on their food that's bland and just going, you know what? It tastes half decent.
So I plan to do that, and mind you,
Great to search for spice has come to this.
Yep. Now it's worth noting, all this came because Colin specifically brought up in the Concord Discord about getting something spicy from a Nadashi trader. I'm like, oh, it's funny you bring that up, and that all spiraled forth.
I will give you a soul-defying experience.
Yep. Oh, you'll taste this and you will see the spears. I promise you.
Yeah, but the problem is that there is going to be a further red spear. Afterwards.
Yep. Nothing but Anarch. Nothing but Anarch.
Just change to the spears this way.
Yep.
Just worshipping each and every single one of them in the hope that one of them just grants you that peace.
Yep. I will say though, from when I had it the first time, I immediately went and got my hands on ice cream, and that actually did a lot of good.
I'm glad that it wasn't hands on anything else, because
no, I do not make that mistake. Although I will say this, I did at one point by just reflex, quickly spat out a half mouthful of saliva, and apparently, I some of that sort of backsplash, because one of the people I was there with was wearing thongs, and part of that hit them on the foot.
Oh no!
And no, and the burn was actually a real thing, just from contact. It's horrid. I felt so bad, and then immediately didn't care because I was burning and dying from heat. It's real. So that'll be a thing. Look, I've been meaning to also bring it to a training, to offer it as well there. It's worth noting. It is also wax sealed. It is that level.
I'd want it in a lead-lined container.
I'm tempted. I'm not gonna lie. Get it a really special box, and then bring it out like it's a holy treasure. I'm just kind of you wanna get ruined.
And the number of drops that can have is 5, not 6, not 4, but 5 drops. Any more, you will explode.
I wouldn't even go 5. I'd say 2.
Ugh.
If I were to put this in food, legitimately, as flavoring, I would be putting in Yeah, a couple drops at most, and thoroughly mixing it into whatever I was making. Like,
I suppose the only advantage of all of this is the fact that if you've got COVID, at least you'll be able to taste something.
I wouldn't recommend that, personally. From, it's hot food, and it will give you the instant reflex to cough. And with COVID, you will definitely have that, and it will likely be worse. So
I don't know. I'm still yet to succumb to the blaster strikes. So.
Same.
Speaking of COVID, like, I was blessed with gaining COVID like 3 weeks before the LARP weekend. I full on isolated, and I got better by 2 weeks. But oh god, it is a experience. Do not recommend it, and especially how fatigued I was after. Like it even ended up affecting how I could play, because there were a lot of Bolivarian-based confluxes, but that would encourage me to actually go out and run and physically exert myself, so I only limited myself to the major confluxes.
Being smart, always good, and highly recommend that to everyone.
Yeah. So, with that partial, two partial sort of tangents there done, as tends to happen on this podcast a lot. Yeah, no, don't worry, folks. Tangents happen here all the time. It's a staple of this podcast at this stage.
Yes.
It's like
what a podcast, but people rambling and going off tangents and going, wait, what again?
That's the point.
Look, it's an acute thing, so it's fine.
So yeah, Saturday. Let's kind of schmooze on over here. Again, I was very happy. Much like Friday, I was very happy that during the day it was actually rather nice. It was, if anything, it was a bit warm.
Yep, agreed.
Yeah.
It felt good again to come out on the Saturday and have that weird thing of like, yeah, it's Saturday, and my brain's going, nah, idiot, it's Sunday. Like, no, it's Saturday. Remember, brain, we did that thing. This became a constant issue for me. Over the weekend of realizing, oh, I've been here a lot longer than I thought, and then turned into, when I left, it felt like I had been in another country for a month. It was bizarre.
The full-on jet lag and Dutchy style.
Yeah, it was real. I couldn't believe how weird it felt. It felt like I'd been in another country for a legitimate month. It was weird.
I mean, technically your character was!
Yeah, that's fair. Actually, yeah, fair.
Like going all the way from Andash to Leonamer, which is where Passage is located. Like, that is a journey and a half.
I suppose that's fair.
Yeah. Not too bad. It's about a week to 10 days worth of travel.
Yeah.
At 25 miles a day, roughly.
Yeah, Saturday, surprisingly nice during the day. It was nice and toasty. I was a little worried because I mean, as a lot of other people did, I brought, like, wet and cold weather gear. I didn't bring stuff to wear during the heat. So, of course, I'm coming out and I'm wearing, jumper and shirt, and thankfully I didn't put on a long sleeve t-shirt or long sleeve shirt like I was planning. I just had a t-shirt on, and then pants, thick socks, boots. So going out in that heat, I was like, wow, it's actually warm, like legitimately warm, and I was not prepared for this. Motherfucker, why you gotta do this to me?
Oh, I've actually got a theory on this, because a lot of people say to me, Charlie, how dare you say that you're cold? It's colder in the UK. Why do you say it's cold here? And it's a very strange thing in Western Australia. It's because of the temperature difference between day and night. Because at night time it would have got down close to 0, but then during the day it's
Yeah,
20, 23, 24. That's 24 degrees worth of difference. Whereas in the UK, when it's cold, it's just bloody cold the entire day. So it might only be a 3-4 degree difference between nighttime low and daytime high.
Yeah, it
And so
is.
that
It is
messes your body.
very dramatic. Like some of those nights, I was sure my toes were gonna snap off.
Yeah, it's very much like especially in that part, because I am based out of Mandurah, so I'm like pretty close to the coast. So in terms of temperature for me, it doesn't get too cold, and it generally doesn't get too warm unless it's like summer roughly 2 years ago where it got like near on 40 during Christmas. It was bad. That was a shit time. I was not a fan.
That was an awful time. Yeah.
But yeah, and I've noticed, when you generally go a lot more inland, the extremes of weather are much more prevalent. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's weird because my experiences of summer summits thus far have been the day is really warm and the evening is very cold. Sometimes it isn't. Sometimes it is. But winters generally, my winter summit, my first one, was rained a lot of it, and it was cold, but it was, being that I'm originally from the eastern states, like I'm used to Australian cold, and especially rain. It was fine. I'm like, no, like I'm in a couple layers of clothing, got a cloak on. Like I sat in the rain, like for a funeral at night, and I was fine. I had no problems.
Yeah.
But the summer summit last year during the night, fuck that. That was a dry bone cold. That's the worst kind of cold.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's what this was.
Like there is like humid cold, I guess, where there's moisture in the air that can like keep some of that warmth, and then you just have that dry cold of feeling like you are experiencing desert level of temperature.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it's in your bones.
Because in the UK, this is what happens. Like, fun fact for all you geography people out there, due to the Hadley cell system, we actually get far more clear, dry, sunny days in winter in the UK than we do in the summer. But it is so cold, it actually gets too cold to snow. Because there's a very fine line where you can actually have the snow form and fall. Otherwise, it's so dry that when you're breathing, it hurts like it does when you're in 50-degree heat over here, and it's so dry that all the moisture is taken out. It's a very, very similar feeling in the UK.
Interesting. That's actually really interesting now to think about it. Yeah, wild.
Yeah. Saturday morning. How was everyone's Saturday's mornings? I guess. Because for me, where I was set up, basically the Billy's campfire and their fire pit is set up behind my tent, so I sort of like have to like get out, toddle around, and then just join them by the fire, and they're very welcoming. It's just the fact like, oh, praise the fire, it's actually being warm.
Look, to be honest, I just chilled. I didn't do much at all. I sort of potted around, helped where need to be, helped people set up their tents, run odd jobs, sort of. Again, it's one of those things like, although my character Ekorn is Servitas, I tend to do the same thing in real life because it means I don't have to think too much when I play Ekorn. And so it's just going around helping everyone. Hey, you're putting up your tent? Well, you know what? Mine's already done. Let's help. And sort of
like,
get everyone together.
In my opinion, there's almost nothing wrong with putting a part of yourself in that character, just as long as you're able to separate what is your character and what is yourself. Like it's perfectly fine to put in your own kindness and sort of like method act your way through the LARP, as long as you're able to not push yourself over the edge that you're overwhelmed.
Mhm.
Really.
Oh yeah.
Same. Like, very much for my current character, the goal was just be a nice person that has scars and vices and issues that'll get dealt with when it needs to get dealt with, but ultimately just be a nice person. And it has done wonders for me in a positive sense. Because I'll freely admit, I have had some not great tendencies as a person. Easy example, not really been the best friend to those I've known for quite some time, and playing the hub, amongst other things, has helped to sort of adjust that to just be a better person. It's genuinely been great to sort of play that out, and just have fun. And weirdly, I say weirdly, it's not that weird, is that's has karmically come back around, where I'm in this really weird position where I can't seem to get a title, yet I still seem to be held in high regard by a lot of people that were or are in positions of power. It's bizarre.
It is very surprising. By just being polite opens all the doors.
That's life, not just LARP, though.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
but it's still the case. Like, Concord is very much, as I've said for ages, and this summit sort of expressed that a lot as well, is I describe Concord often as Lord of the Flies with more, like Lord of the Flies with rules. We've been given a government to run, and just told, here's a general outline, go. And it is, and it's 100% what it is. So it's very much a microcosm.
Yeah. No, I completely and utterly agree. I actually found this game, I interacted with people that I didn't expect to. Like, Pierre, for example, has just, like, he's always been around, but I've never really had a chance to actually interact. And this game I did because of being able to go to the War Chamber, which I loved so very, very much. But people like Scott Markham, whose character I had seen many a time, but had never interacted with, and then when I needed help gathering resources, just went into his pouch and just, there you go. And I'm just like, wow, thanks, I didn't even realise you know who I was. And it wasn't until after the game and I saw the comments that I actually put his character and his non-character person together, which was a tad awkward. But you're exactly right, where it's this Lord of the Flies, everyone's sort of, you've got some people that are out for themselves, you've got some people that are wanting to help everyone else, you've got others that are trying to just help a small group of people.
Yeah.
I feel, though, that when, like, we've got this such an amazing framework and everything else, and I know that there's a plan for at least the next 5 years if everything stays roughly on track. But I do get concerned that people go, well, this is a game kind of without consequences, because if worse comes to worse and my character gets executed, well, I'm just going to come back on in, and I can kind of just continue the same work that I was doing before with a new character, and just snowball vindictive or vicious things.
That is a very valid concern of, worrying that someone is going to just create characters that's just out to ruin other characters' days and everything that they've set up progress for. Like, that is a very valid concern, and like,
I'd love to have faith in people, but the problem is that it's difficult to maintain that trust when you see certain things.
Actions.
Like
actions speak a lot louder than words, both in real life and in LARP. And people will most commonly judge you for the actions that you have done.
I will point out something. very much to this point, but in a very weird way in favor of it, is having, and this is something I've had to also grapple with myself, and having things happen recently have helped to bring that into a more positive perspective for myself, is I am ultimately glad of those adversarial and sort of antagonist elements that exist in Concord, because it makes it more real. It makes it feel much more realistic.
Yeah.
Not to say Baseline Concord isn't realistic, because a lot of it does feel very real, but it is that point of, if there was no internal conflict within Concord, it would feel maybe
very
too
hollow.
Easy. It would feel too
in
easy.
a sense.
Oh, 100%. 100% agree.
Yeah.
My concerns are more of the potential for
And
target.
I very
Yes,
much love the way that the storytellers write that, you have done A, B, and C. Well, here's your consequences. Enjoy that.
Yeah,
the levels and the details are phenomenal. Like, although I don't ever get to see anything in advance, in regards to like Warren and Tracy with the Shard Circle stuff, I can tell literally just by the stress that they suffer from, how much that they put themselves in, and the same with everyone else that puts into this game. It's I think they're almost at a superhuman level of being able to not only cope with life, but put so much of themselves and their heart and soul into this game to create this place that, to be perfectly honest, I prefer living in the LARP than my life.
Yeah.
Because I actually feel far more useful in Concord than I do in day-to-day life.
And
And I've actually got more control of it all as well. I'm hoping, and as people have said in the comments in regards to it, like, it's yet to see it actually happen. I completely and utterly agree. And if everyone did the optimal thing, there wouldn't be a Concord game. 100%. I do absolutely agree. You've got to have the people you've got to have the variations, because if everyone plays the hero, then there's eventually no one to actually.
The Concord is going through its own hero journey, and all the different rounds and aspects are having to deal with their own challenges as well.
Mm-hmm.
And it is very beautiful in its own way, even though it is absolutely stressful, and everyone needs a good long nap after it. But
yeah, absolutely, it's its own. It continues to be. And I observed this very early on in my coming to Concord, is the game has been set up in such a way where all the different elements click in together, both mechanically and thematically. They all connect like gears, and they all spin together. It's pretty efficient, and any gear that doesn't fit quite right, or any bolts or anything that needs to be changed out for something that fits a little better is being done over time, and the machine just keeps getting more efficient and cleaner and better. It's genuinely really cool to see it happen over time. As someone that's like really interested in like world building and stories and like sociology, and just game design, it's really interesting to witness this sort of evolve at this point, both from sort of a distance in the mechanic stuff in the wiki, and then in the Winds of the World, all that kind of thing.
I love it.
And then experience it in person. Yeah, it's very cool.
I was actually chatting with Zoran last night. We were sat down playing Total War 3, Warhammer Total War 3, and I was just like, I wish that I had the skills to mod this so that we could play Esterra, and have all the different factions. Like, if Skittles came to me and he said, Charlie, I need you to print me a 10 mil army for each and every one of the factions, and we're going to actually
oh my goodness,
play the battles out. I'd be like, how quick do you need it? And
Charlie?
they're already done.
Charlie,
Yeah.
I will reveal. Not that no one from the team has come to me to do this. I just wanted to. I am already working on a tabletop miniature war game, specifically using Concord mechanics and sort of twisting them to fit a battle game. I'm
Oh my goodness.
I am
Well,
already.
you heard it here first, everyone. I've ruined the surprise. I'm sorry.
No, look, it still has a lot of polishing to do. I'm still working out sort of aspects of it. It's not going to be to the level of like Warhammer 40k or like Warhammer Fantasy. It's going to be something more like Kill Team, like smaller teams.
I just love how much creativity LARP inspires.
Oh yeah, it's nuts. Like it's, I'm
my
continually surprised.
Since game, like I'm printing stuff for everyone.
But yeah. So
we should probably
moving back onto topic. Yeah. I got nothing really else to say. Yeah. Yep.
The actual in-game
Indeed.
part of Saturday.
So, who would like to start at? Oh, actually, hang on. Did anyone get anything fun in a character pack that they want to talk about before we go into it?
Considering Borderbar didn't have nearly as many problems as other realms, no, that's a no from me.
Mm-hmm.
So I opened up my character bag and I looked in there and there was this strange symbols on a ribbon. And I looked at it and went, what the heck is this? I had no idea what it was. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, is this, like, I thought it was potentially Sumerian writing, or cuneiform of some sort, and I'm going through and I'm looking at it, and then I'm taking it around to people, I'm like, do you recognise what the hell these symbols are? And they're like, oh, that one could be Nordic runes, but I've never seen anything like that. And I'm going through it, and I'm like, Skittles is obviously trying to break me before game. My ADHD is starting this hyper focus, and I'm like, oh, this isn't good, and I'm freaking out because I'm like, mate, I have no idea. And I've gone into the shard circle. I'm looking through all of the bits and pieces in there because someone had mentioned, oh, it might be alchemical symbols. Well, it turns out because Ange started fretting at just quite how in depth I was going down the rabbit hole. Goes talks to Skittles and Skittles like, no, I didn't put it in. And then it turns out that it was literally the previous shard circles, the spell that they'd cast onto the hammer that was used to break the tablet. And that's all it was. It was just a prop left over in the bag, and I'd wasted probably about 4 hours.
That's great.
At least you finally got your answer.
Like at this stage, I just feel that anyone could just put just anything into the character bag, just like a pebble or something like that, and I would freak out about it so much that I made myself quite unwell. I had such a headache after like stressing.
That's amazing. I love that. I genuinely love the level of like, because again, very similar brains of like, no, when I find a thing that like gets its hooks into me, I'm like, nah, this is my life now. This is all my brain wants.
Still surprises me that I'm still married. The amount of like conspiracy theories I hold about Concord. Like, there's a reason why I've got like an A1 printed map that I put up on the wall, and it's got like all the spider lines going to and from it, and trying to work it all out. And
it is that full-on sunny side meme with.
Yeah, no, it's exactly like that. And then when people come over and who aren't LARPers, and they're like, "What the hell is that, Charlie?" I'm like, "Oh boy, we're going for a ride."
See,
better brace yourself.
Yeah, I have that exact thing, but I have that as a filing cabinet in my head that I open on occasion, and I'm like, all right, where's my file on like the Hunger of Drummond? Where's my file on this other thing? Like, I have everything loosely filed in my head to like rip out of there at a moment's notice when I need it, and just go like, here's all of this.
In shouldn't take it.
I've said so many times, like, I love, the thing I love most about Concord, I think a little bit more than anything else, is I love the mysteries. Because there's so many of them, and some of them are so damn good. Like, the mystery I got in my character bag.
Choice.
Because I'm a Tidelands Andash.
Oh no!
So I got some dreams. I didn't get a traumatic wound initially. I got dreams of the tower. That was fun and chaotic and bizarre, and kind of led me down some theories.
I believe that I was the one that eventually took you to the surgery because you were phone begging, please help me.
I will get to that because I have some laundry to air on that. Not with you specifically, but with that, I'll get to that. So, got some dreams about stuff from the tower, which I'm not going to talk about because it's in-game stuff, but it's very cool. It's very interesting. I also don't know if mine was different to everyone else's, because I didn't talk to a single other person about the dream stuff. So I don't know if mine was unique, or if, there were you could get one of 3 different versions of it, or something. I actually don't know on that. But at the very bottom of it, it said, if your character is inclined, I could just go get the damn thing and tell you what it says exactly, but it's like, if you are a scholarly or like an investigative individual, and you feel you're inclined for it, go and get go to the game hub or whatever and get the spiritual wound, and go get or traumatic wound. It didn't say spiritual wound. It said I think it just said go get a traumatic wound. And I went,
open traumatic wounds.
Yeah, and I was like, all right, this will be fun. And in my mind, I'm like, this is definitely going to be a spiritual wound, which means I will now have had a traumatic wound and a spiritual wound. Hell yeah, let's go.
Oh,
this sounds like good game.
Oh, my sweet summer child.
I don't go on complex. I've got a 1 complex, baby. Just 1. I got a cut on my head. That's it.
Look, free portaling. Don't recommend it.
No, don't play it. Look, dude, I was 2 potions off having made 5 potions and starting down the line of, as an apothecary, getting alchemist wounds. I want those crushed hands. I want that.
No!
Crushed hands is fun.
But bees in the bones, that's even more fun.
I am so glad that doesn't seem like it's an option for an apothecary wound, because no. Well, actually, no, I say that. Bees in the bones seems fun to roleplay. Having it. I'm not gonna lie. That seems fun. I think I would enjoy that, actually.
I've done it twice now, and with the other 7 traumatic and spiritual wounds that I suffered last game at the same time, I kind of lost track of what I was role playing.
I personally am not envious of the surgeons. I am glad that I am only a mender.
Yeah. Shout out to the surgeons.
100%. So I went and got my wound, and then I sat down, and then I read it, and I had to kind of do that a couple of times, because this spiritual wound was very complicated. It had 3 different aspects. More or less 3 aspects you had to juggle. And in hindsight, I guess the point of it was it's meant to be chaotic by nature. Because basically, you experience dreams of past lives, not necessarily your past lives, just people that have lived in the past. And a shit ton of them pretty much all at once, to the point where it's very difficult to discern who you are, and you constantly have to affirm who you are. In addition, anyone that is close to you has betrayed you, and you seek gratification for a very specific thing. So you have all this you have to juggle, all at the same time.
Alright.
I'm not done. That's the thematic. Let me get the mechanic. Every 3 minutes, you're affected by silence. When you come out of that silence, you pick something new to seek gratification from.
Oh no.
So, the silence part I didn't have an issue with. I just mentally kept the head count of when 3 minutes had roughly passed, and then go silent. So what I ended up doing was, I kind of twisted this to something I felt I could roleplay. Because I was like, okay, this is actually really elaborate and very interesting, and I like this, but this is also very complicated and hard to juggle. So I'm gonna sort of twist this a little bit to something where I'm still playing it, but I'm playing it in a way I can actually handle. So I went with the whole people close to me have betrayed me, which I did. Seeking gratification, I kind of did that by accident, I realized later. The affirming myself kind of was doing that as well, a little bit. I kind of failed on that one, RP-wise, a little bit, I'll admit that. But the 3 minutes affected by silence, it turned out when I needed to speak, because we had the and-dash elections pretty much straight away, it was actually perfectly timed. Where no, it was perfectly timed. Like when I needed to speak, I was able to speak, and then when that 3 minutes would have hit, I wasn't talking, so it was actually kind of okay. Yeah, so that was the thing I dealt with from the outset, which is a big thing. And then I had the and-dash elections. I guess for the overall, I guess I'll kind of kick this off. For the Saturday, because I have a bit. I won't go into all of it initially. I'll go into part of my day, handball it off to one of you, and we'll kind of handball around, and then I'll eventually finish it, because my Saturday was very, very packed.
I think a lot of people's Saturdays were packed because there is a lot of elections going on, and just a lot of things that sort of need to be established day one.
True. Very true. So went and did the and-dash elections, and I went in with a good amount of money. I had some amount of money given to me from like in and out of game friends. They're like, no, I think you'd be good as a senator. So yes, here's money. Go get that election. It's like, cool, that felt really good. So I ended up going into that election of my own coin with just over half a volt.
Agree.
Which felt good. I dumped all my money into that, as I was planning on doing anyway, and then learnt the voting had altered a little bit in terms of price, because with and-dash you pay for your votes. It was prior 2 keys per vote, or per voting stone. It's now 3 keys per voting stone. So it increased a little. So everyone across the board, not as much to count, which is nice. So went over, stood up, said my bit. My opposition said their bit. And yeah, pretty much I was very confident in what I was pointing out, because obviously with and-dash we had the Almai situation, which I spoke on pretty heavily, pointed out sort of issues and-dash has had with leadership in the past, just pointing out a lot, like making generally good like a lot of what I thought was good points. Got a lot of good questions back, answered them as best I was able, and then everything happened. And then voting time came, I dumped my money, and then I had my tankard, which served as my vessel to put votes in. I had all mine in it, and then it was really nice and it made me feel very, very good when I had quite a few people walk over and go like, yeah, open the lid of that please, pour voting stones in, walk away. To where it came to the count of the first round of voting, I had 105 votes versus my opposition's of 75. calculating it, half of my votes were mine, which means I had just over a volt worth of votes sitting in my tankard.
Oh my goodness.
Which is very cool. We then did the second round of voting, because that's apparently something Andash does now. I'm not going to speak on that here. I don't want to. That's a whole conversation to be had. But second round everyone went and bought more votes. Some kerfuffle stuff happened. Possibly a bit of theft happened. Not my problem ultimately. And the next tally of votes, I was up to 115, and my opposition was up to 175. So almost 2 volts. Which in a way is, for Andash, is great, because it means Andash had near on 2 volts sitting in its treasury. Which I was very happy for. It's like, no, cool. Andash comes out of this in a really, really good position in terms of coins. There's a lot they can pay for. There's a lot they can do now themselves. I am happy for that, even though I did not win, which I was bitter about. But at the same time, as I said, I justified it to, no, at least it encouraged that now Andash has financially in a good position where they could do stuff. So, that's an upside. So.
Okay. So speaking of going for Senate, should probably come around to me and tell you of my senator experience.
Go for it. I've got no problem with that.
Because, yeah, obviously every realm has their own traditions, whereas you buy your votes with coins. Whereas with Bordavar, only a certain selected people can vote. Those with divine law, those who have mage, and those who have surgeons. Those 3 types of people get 1 vote each. Skills do not stack. And yeah. So there was 4 of us total. 3 were nobles, and I was the only commoner there. And each of us basically gives a speech, and then everyone votes. Because our ego was fashionably late, our Duke, Lord Aelin, did handle the votes, and I think he handles being Duke very well. Yeah. And, yeah, one thing I do regret is that while in the middle of my speech, because I usually tend to make up speech as I'm talking, which is probably not a very good practice, my brain just sort of paused for a good while, and I was scrambling. like inside, I'm like, we were talking, what happened?
Mm-hmm. Yep, it happens.
And yeah, but yeah, I later found out of character that it was literally 1 vote difference between me and my opposition, which made me feel a lot better about myself.
Damn, yeah, that's great.
Yeah, like I was full on convinced that random ass pause as I was trying to think up my next words cost me. But it didn't cost me as much as I thought it would. Which is, yeah, it is very encouraging knowing that, yeah, that there were people who believed that I could do it. But obviously, the senator of Wayland went to someone else. And if that's what the kingdom feels it needs, that's what the kingdom feels it needs.
Yep. Same boat with Ash. Yeah, it's like, no, they have made their choice. That's just how it is. Damn,
Yeah,
that's actually, I'm actually very happy to hear that, because I heard the results of the election in terms of who got the position, but I didn't know the the votes for at the top spot were actually that close. That's really cool.
Yeah, basically the player came over later because the votes are meant to be private on who votes for which candidate. But yeah, he basically told me it was 1 vote difference, which did boost my confidence up quite a bit. Because, yeah, I struggle with feeling capable, and I go to LARP and basically try to project this better version of myself who is brave and courageous and able to do all the things without snapping like a twig under pressure.
Yep, same. I mean, I can kind of talk to that as well, not just with my own experience with the Andash vote for this summit, but I mean, Charlie was witness to this. Like, my very first summit, because of the whirlwind of stuff that had happened to me since turning up to summit in character, took on a odd spur of frantic energy and stood for Archmage, and almost, I mean, the difference in votes was still a good margin between Econ and the hub, but the fact that I was second, I had the second most highest votes of the candidates, was fucking insane. That like I was kind of shaking in shock pretty much the rest of the day. Of like, holy shit! If Econ, I was like, yeah, if Econ bites, like, and I was pretty much told, like, yeah, if Econ bites the dust, we would default you to be Archmage. It's like, oh no, this is terrifying.
Protect the Archmage at all costs.
I mean, well, okay, thankfully, you know, Econ is Econ, and, you know, just absolutely power made his way through
seemingly things. Invulnerable, aside from spicy food.
Remember, support spells can't be cast inwards. I can help others, but when it comes to me, I'm in trouble. So
yeah, this is true.
I am not invulnerable. I just help others become invulnerable.
Invulnerable.
Yeah. So I guess, yeah, so because we're all kind of doing, you know, the beginning of summit stuff. Yeah, I guess, Charlie, what was when gaming happened and the that one leftover game tag aside,
sheer bloody panic, I think, is the best way to describe it. I tend to set goals for summits before I go to them, and then as soon as it makes contact with the actual game, fails. As has always been my case of what I want to do is I as myself feel that a lot of the solutions that have been happening have been band-aid solutions, and as Concord grows and the game gets more difficult, inevitably, those band-aid solutions are not going to be significant, and we're going to see a big collapse, especially economically, where people have been wanting to build outwards, not upwards. So I went, cool, my goal is to make sure that we can stop the need for so much crystal mana to be used, and as a personal quest, I want to get the Philosopher's Charm made so that I can transmute mineral resources into other mineral resources, so that the Concord, the Shard Circle especially, Senate if needs be, any of the realms, if they're like, look, we really need this mineral resource, we can only get this resource, I can then go, I can help you, and I will transmute them for them. So it pretty much started straight away with me trying to source various bits and pieces. Then Shard Circle inevitably came a calling, and I stood for the role of War Mage, which I think a lot of people were like, sorry, what? Econ, you're a pacifist. Yes, Econ is, but he can also see the flow of battle very well because I stand at the back and no one's hitting me with pointy sticks or bludgeoning me with big sticks. So I said, look, battle mages who are often in this role are fantastic because they're right up at the front, but that can also mean that they're very narrow-sighted and they can't see if a flank is falling and failing and to redirect. Whereas I can, and the chance of me getting killed is slightly less. So
Makes
did
a
the
lot of sense.
speeches. Phoebe, who has been doing an absolutely phenomenal job, was quite rightfully voted in. However, as was shown by the really super awkward hug that was given after she sort of said, "Well, I'll have you as my eye," kind of showed my shock and lack of thinking that would be a thing. But it took me to the place where I've found has been the best place for me, which is the war chamber. Like the way that my mind out of character works, being able to see the ebb and flow of the battle lines, where the enemy is strongest, where the enemy is weakest, what is needed. It was amazing. And I'm going to be pushing to be in there as long as Ekorn is alive. However long the spheres will it.
Be a much better moral compass.
It's not about moral compass in there. I think that's probably why I liked it, because it's a lot more action based, and everyone who is in there can look at the map and go, this is what is the best thing to do. And it's not half as emotional, it's far more logical, which I personally appreciate massively. And yeah, that's where I ended up spending pretty much all of Saturday night, even after the meeting, just looking at the map, sort of thinking, oh, okay, that's there, that's there, that's there. And yeah, like it's somewhere that I'd never been before, didn't think much of it, but wow, it's amazing. It really is.
Yeah. The War Chamber is definitely still on my list of like an experience to have, because my very much a goal as a player is to experience the different aspects of Concord in their own due time. Like I still yet to attend church at all, and only recently have actually been interacting with the sort of church side of things at all, really. Admittedly in a very spooky panic way, which I'll get to. But it's still cool to, like, as someone's playing a character that is, it may not seem it, but is extremely, like, cemented in faith. Like, he's a very, very faithful man, but is just very quiet about it. Yeah, it's cool to see. Like, obviously, gone to the Shard Circle, been looking at the part of the Romic tradition stuff for elections and such. I've been in so many Senate meetings. I wasn't at any Senate meetings this game except the last one, which was extremely short. But otherwise, yeah, the War Chamber is basically the last on my list beyond just being in church to experience. But no, it seems like an interesting time. Oh,
I
and
think you missed out on the church this time. We had I believe an Over East visitor coming in who played a character called Humble from the Iron Valley.
Oh, I know about Humble, yeah.
Yeah, and the chat that he gave when he had the church sort of listening, wow, like, I've never heard church quiet. Usually people are whispering in other people's ears and everything else, but not only did it keep everyone quiet and stunned almost in silence, but it was drawing people in because of how quiet church was. I was like, what on earth is going on?
That's cool.
And it was drawing people in, and just the level of interaction that Humble had with everyone. Like, when I heard he wasn't, I don't believe he was a LARPer, and I was like, oh, well, you know what, if he wasn't a LARPer, I may as well quit LARP right here and now, because wow, absolutely amazing. DM for hire, a lot of roleplay games, but wow, like, to be part of one of his roleplay games, yeah, That's another level, I feel. So it's a shame you missed that, but I'm glad that you actually had good interactions with Humble. I think everyone did.
Yeah, that's sick. Okay, cool. I'm a little bit jelly now. Thanks. Can add that to my list.
Grievances against everyone.
Things to silently fume about.
Yeah. So yes, I guess I'll continue my Saturday if unless you have something else.
Yeah,
of
no,
course.
go ahead.
All right. So
No.
election's done. This is when this is when the wound's going to really kick in, because the election took so much of my brain cells. So after that, it turned into, alright, I ended up having enough conversations with different people that I was in-game, like, quote-unquote friends with, for want of a better term, and was just, like, pissed. Like, it was it felt weird as the hub to be pissed. It was weird. But yeah, so it was like, to Razil was like, pissed at Razil. It was pissed at Rodrigo. It was pissed at my own in-game brother. Like, that was a thing. It was pissed at Gallad. This is, and I'll kind of get to the sequence of it. But yeah, I in-game almost attacked Gallad. I was a split second away from it. Oh, this is something that myself and Sinclair and Solomon as well, with who's my in-game brother, already talked about, of like, at some point with this thing I might try to instigate violence, and I would obviously, if it happens, I would like to have it be against one of you, because then obviously I gave them my permission of like, no, absolutely body me, like, beat the shit out of me, put me on the ground, 100%.
Wow, okay.
Because I trust those two, because I have Solomon and Sinclair for over 10 years, so I'm very much like, no, I trust that if something kicks off, and I'm like, no, I want to have this be violent, or as violent as it should be, I trust you to be able to put me on the ground in a safe way, and I will do my best as well. It didn't come to that, which I'm a little sad for, because it would have been fun. But yeah, so in sequence, I think the last one of the people I spoke to in anger was Gallad. And this was after, like, because the way I roleplayed this wound at this point was, I was angry and belligerent and scatterbrained whilst in it, and and like affirming myself of like, I am who I am. And then when the silence hit, I just froze. Like, I just stopped moving. I didn't do it as just the silence, I did it as like the stun. I stopped.
Yeah, I was very caught off guard when that suddenly happened, and I was actually about to walk away after our like little introduction to each other and swapping names, and just, what is he doing?
Yep, I had that with a couple of people, because I also talked to the Baron as well, Baron Concilian, the now Senator for Wayland. So I think, I also like snapped at Louis Suarez as well.
Oh no!
So like, and he's like, I was basically like, sort out Father Winston, like, very angrily, and he's like, he's one of, like, I can't remember exactly what he said, but it's like, he's one of House Avalon. I will warn you not to speak of him as such. Basically gave me a warning of like, don't do that again.
Against the entirety of Concord, but yes.
So yeah, we'll get to that. Now the thing is, like, that particular, like, that particular little, like, firing off at Louis Suarez, I did not, and this happens a lot when I get really in character, is the character takes over. That I did not mentally decide. That was an entirely character subconscious choice of like, oh, there's Louis Suarez. Oh, he's in Avalon. Winston's in Avalon. I'm like, wait, you sort that fucker out. That was kind of the tone of it, just louder and more angry. So yeah, did that, dealt with the silence thing, and yeah, the pretty much one of the last people I spoke to was Gallad, to which we, and the way I did it was affected with silence, which affects you for 20 seconds, and then when I came out of it, I did it as if I was like violently coming out of a dream, affirming who I was, not really knowing where I was, having myself slowly collect, and being me for a few seconds, of like knowing something is wrong, knowing something is going to click back into place, and basically just saying, please help me, I don't know what's going on. And by the time someone went off to get someone, which I did every time, the wound had the spiritual wound had clicked back into place, and I was immediately angry at anyone I was close to again. And that's how I played it out, which felt horrifying, because I'm like, oh no, I know what I'm doing. It's like, go, please, I need Gallad. Goes and gets Gallad. Gallad comes over, and I'm like, yeah, I want you here. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Like, whoa, what?
It's great. Like, I had sword in hand. I was a second away from swinging.
I was so caught off guard. It's like, what? Hold on, what?
It's great. I think I caught a lot of people off guard. Yeah, it was great.
Like I in character know Gallad a bit, and I know that Gallad has friends in like other realms, and the fact that you requested for Gallad, I went, oh okay, so you're one of Gallad's friends, I'll go get Gallad and then bring back, and then this whole confrontation of like, why didn't you give me more money to win the Senate? Like, excuse me?
Yeah, that was the great bit of like coming back and having the switch get flipped again. It was so good. Again, Sinclair knew that something like that was going to happen beforehand. But having that thing of like I threw all myself into that exchange of like my fist clenched around my sword was shaking. Like I was fucking furious. And he walked away a second before I was gonna swing. A literal second. Like if he had stayed there for a moment longer, I would have engaged in mock combat and gotten the tar beaten out of me.
Yeah, and then you re-entered actual reality of like something's wrong. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was fun to do for the very last one, because that's when I'm like, no, at this point Dahab is like struggling to be himself. I'm sound like a broken, scared man for a few seconds, and I felt so good.
It very much gave off the vibe of a very terrified child that doesn't know what the heck is happening. Yep. And I was like, okay, surgery's over there. Come on, let's go. Mm-hmm. And then me being sent off to this quest to find Force because you said I need Force, and I obviously know who Force is. Mm-hmm. We had some back and forth in character, and just running around to almost every camp until I can find him and tell him, go to the surgery now. The blind sage needs someone to ground him. I didn't know that he was your in-character brother, and I'm terrible with names. I need to have a prolonged time of like a name being repeated in order for it to actually lock in.
Yep, that's perfectly fair. Look, blind sage is pretty much what I'm roughly referred to as in passing anyway, so it fits.
Yeah. It is what everyone knows you as when they can't pin down the name.
So having him come over and sitting down and having, going through the process of getting that wound fixed was great, because Solomon's going through, like, hey, do you remember when we were kids when you first came to the Cauldron, and we basically told this story of how we basically played soccer with a I can't remember what they're called, but I want to say millipede. It's the beetle that curls itself into a ball.
Oh, yeah.
We basically just played soccer with a big one of those.
Sleeters, I think they're called over here.
So yeah, we basically played soccer with a big one of those, like the size of a soccer ball. It's like we did that. It's like it was that, and then also my first forays into alchemy and potions. The first I made fed to someone else to test it, and though they were extremely sick for a long while, they got better. Like, just funny.
Did you turn them into a newt?
No, but they did almost croak.
Oh no! Oh
You
no!
have towed them away if that was the case.
Yeah, had fun little just little things like that like it still being panicked, but have it go into, and like even during having this fixed, the silence hit me again, so froze and then snapped back, and I'm pretty sure I said like, please help me. Like it was a hell of a thing to play out. It eventually got grounded, it got fixed, and the sort of after effect was like being a bit sort of scatterbrained, a little forgetful, a little fuzzy-minded for a bit. Which I kind of was anyway, just from the stress of having played that. So yeah, I got my wound fixed. That was, whilst thematically a very cool wound. Oh right, I also did babbling about what I had dreamed as well. I kind of spat some of that out, so I sound like an absolute madman.
You spat a little bit of it out, and I was so confused. Like, what is happening? Like, has he been taking stormies or something, as the Leona Mare lovingly called him?
I'll get to stormies later.
Oh no, he has.
No, I have not done stormies, but I have stormies, and I plan to take stormies.
Oh no!
Because again, I like experiences, and stormies seems like a fun experience.
Just gonna put some candles on, get into your snuggie. Yep.
Yeah, put some new age music on, 100%. Just vibe out. Yep, 100%. That's the plan.
Nice.
Yeah, it's like going to Amsterdam for a weekend. Like, just get a good, nice big pot brownie, sit down with some comfortable pants in a hotel room, have a good time.
Do you know the worst thing? They've cracked down on people going into Amsterdam. You can only get it if you're a resident now.
I suppose that had to happen eventually. So got that fixed, and then kind of toddled around. I sold all my mead to the tavern, so that's where all my brew went. Sold it for less than what I was hoping for, but still got a good amount of money out of it. Which part of the deal and payment was 2 drafts of Stormseeker. Partially getting it because I, in and out of game, kind of had something with someone else of like, you know, oh yeah, I'll get you some Stormies. Like, you've not done Stormies? I'll get you some Stormies. I'll hook you up.
In their corner with a trench coat. You want Stormies? I have got the Stormies if you want.
Basically, I'm like, I'll hook you up. I got you. So I got 2.
I think it's I get my Archmage's spirit from.
So yeah, got money.
Hey, and you want to do some in-game drugs?
Yep. Basically, yeah. That's pretty much how it went. It's like, yo, you want to do some drugs? Let's go. So I did not get my Stormseeker until I think Sunday. Oh, Sunday or Monday. I think it was Sunday. Which is fine. So that was that. That all deal made. I got part of my payment for the mead, and then the rest of it would come depending on how it sold. Which apparently all but like 4 or 6 bottles of it were empty. So, and there was 24 bottles. So it sold pretty damn well.
I've heard it gave people a pretty good buzz, so...
I'm very happy to hear that. Yeah, I've got half of the bottles back, empty. We'll see if I get the other ones when I get them, whatever. So that was cool. That was cool to get all that sold and get that done. I then remembered part of my other plan for this summit, which was give money to the Green World. Just the plan was 10 locks. It didn't exactly have 10 locks to give. So instead I was like, how much money am I going to have from selling my mead by the end of this summit? And I was like, cool, I'll give them half that number, which ended up being about 7 locks. So I said, all right, got into a conversation with someone and said, hey, could you please, because you're running around, because they talked about, going to the other realms and helping resolve sort of multi-realm stuff. I said, all right, do me a favor. Can you please go and get Throwland Hound's priest Saskia, and please inform her that the hub or Hair Sage has a gift that needs delivering. So little time passed, came over with Saskia. I said, cool. Here is 7 locks for the Greenweald. That's it. Asked, like, what do you want? Like, do you want anything done for this? Said, no, just for the wheel, just to help. As a way of honouring the Treaty of First Pine between Andash and Greenweald, the thing that eventually spun out and became the Concord. I was like, yep, this is a gift from me. This is a gift from me specifically to the Greenweald. I in and out of game have great love and care for the Weald. So, and the Wealds in it. So like, yep, there you go.
Very lovely.
Yeah, so that felt good. It's like, yay, I've done my good deed for the day. I feel happy now. I did also go to the other people I had in-game been very angry at because of that wound and resolved all that. I think there's only one person I didn't speak to and apologize to. That I will probably do at training when the moment arises. But yeah, I went through all that, resolved all of that, which made me as a player feel a lot better. Because in a way it was in-game apologizing and doing an out-of-character check-in at the same time.
Yeah. It is always check-in with the vibes of your fellow players.
Yep.
Especially after very intense scenes.
So, resolved all that. Eventually then went to Shard Circle. Shard Circle happened. Stood for Archmage against Eamon, who absolutely I knew for a fact was going to get the position. And I'm like, no, I'm going to stand as I always have for this position since I started coming, and I'm not going to stop.
Good.
And very much wanted to make sure, which, during it, I was like, yep, before we do any of the reveal of the votes, said, I very much want to make sure there are no hard feelings here at all. Shook hands. Because they're very much like, no, you're probably going to get the job, so, no, go for it. Yep, Eamon got the job, so, new Archmage. And then Azure stood up and was like, hey, I'm looking for willing participants to be a part of some astral projection experiments. I put my hand up and agreed, whereas the out of character thing I would have said is fuck me up, baby. Let's go. I was down.
Give me all the trauma.
I was like, yeah, this seems fun.
This seems fun and character growth based.
Yep. And it was, actually. Yep. But I will get to that as I will now handball this off to you again, Melody.
Okay. So how my play style sort of is just very passively going around passage and really helping where I could. I did have a project though to sort out a Concordian public library in passage. I basically spoke to the owner of the building of, hey, can we perhaps share this space, which was a Leon Marion, who had access to a building that was quite literally in the center of Passage, and basically this is going to be a multi-game project, but between now and next summit, he's gonna go check out possibly getting shelving for the inside of that building, and I really just went on with my day. I believe this was Saturday afternoon. There was a mage conflux, I believe, where the headmistress needed people to go onto this conflux, where I only have recall and channel waystone, but I am an archer. But it turned out the timing of obviously the winter months, the sun sets earlier, and it set it around 5:30, where the conflux was 6 o'clock. Which then I basically was sort of rendered useless, and but either way, they ended up having over numbers, and since I was a mender, I could help heal people when they came back, and I got to witness people use the Waystone in a very strange way, whereas usually when you channel Waystone, a full-on portal appears, where this time they just full-on vanished out of thin air, which is not particularly normal. Very strange, where they just vanish and just sort of anxiously waiting for them to come back.
I kind of do know a little bit about this, because I believe this was the Shard Circle. Sorry, I just quickly stepped away to go to the bathroom. I believe this was the Shard Circle conflux, and I specifically kind of was coordinating a little some things on the other side, basically saying, let's have some menders and some combatants on the other at the Shard Circle portal, just to make sure nothing weird happens.
But weird things did happen with them just disappearing in a full-on flash, and then just out of character hearing the screaming from what is the battlefield, because it is the middle of the night, and it is basically what is called a night box, where you sort of have to work out in the wonderful pitch darkness what you're doing, and just hearing them full on scream across the sheep paddock. It's like, oh no, there's going to be some interesting things, isn't there?
I've still heard nothing. Like, I know some of the mechanics that were involved with that conflux, but I still have no idea what actually happened. I've not heard anything.
No, nor have I.
Well, if I'm allowed to impart what I know from reading the debrief is...
Well, I wouldn't go... debriefs, I don't think are public knowledge, so...
No, I do not believe they are.
Okay, so I'll zip and...
stuff to find out in game.
Stuff to find out later. But there was a very serious of them getting a lot more battered than they expected to be. And just made sure everyone was okay.
Yep.
Yeah, and as a mender, I can only do so much. I am not a surgeon or priest, and yeah, usually once I do what I'm able to do as a mender, I sort of shuffle off in order to not take up any space or be in the way of anything that needs to be done.
Mhm.
And yeah, since I feel I've been rambling too long, and my timeline is now actually at Saturday night, where a lot more stuff went down, I'm gonna pass it over to you, Charlie.
Yep.
Look, to be perfectly honest, there's a huge amount of difference. As stated before, I think I pretty much finished my night in the war chamber.
Okay.
So,
And obviously still resource gathering, as you said.
yeah, it's always difficult on the first night to resource gather because everyone's kind of like holding on to it just in case.
Mhm. But there's also that we had the thing for the Winds of the World of like at the exchange there would be no materials up for sale, which is a thing and a half, and because there are so few wildernesses and mines in Concord, like the whole thing.
Like mines and wilderness are the two bottom investments alongside navies.
Yep.
So yeah, it definitely influences a lot what players have as their investments, whereas I have a business investment, thus I have a lot more coin readily available, but throughout the game I ended up donating a lot of it. But yeah, how about we talk about our experiences with our special guest on Saturday night?
So I actually can't speak on the debt reckoner because I never interacted with them.
Oh, brilliant!
Though, okay, bar like two things. Number one, I kind of wanted to, because I was in this weird state where I felt as in-game I owed the nomads of Mukarem because I'm a mage and I pushed for the Idrian Cabal to set up shop.
You would not have been able to pay the price of what the debt breaker was handing out.
Oh no, I was kind of aware of that. Of like, it was also the question of would the debt reckoner consider that a debt? Because I was in the midst of paying it off.
It considered a lot of things debt.
That's what it seemed. Yeah,
I owed the Concord and that I owed Iron Valley, and the debt reckoner believed that was not in fact the case, and it was freely given the things that I've been given. So I would have been very surprised if the debt reckoner had actually been upset with me.
Yeah. It was also again in that weird thing of like maybe in game the character maybe kind of wanted that little bit of punishment. Kind of looking for a fight in a weird way.
We're starting to see more of your character in this podcast, it would seem.
A little bit. Which is funny because I did more this summit than I have every other summit combined. That's a lot.
Then I guess I shall continue my narration of what went on throughout the night.
Go for
it. Oh dear, Saturday night with the Debt Reckoner. I do not recommend meeting this creature as it... Okay, I will start with a physical description of it as best as I could. It is a tall, looming figure shrouded in a black robe. But when you see what is underneath, which is when you can only see its face, it's, in a word, horrifying. Where I like, there was this really cool mask design, but I chose to interpret as this creature is actively melting gold like clay, and you could see little faces screaming out. And as it spoke, like Steward, the actual person Steward did it wonderfully. It had a very demanding tone of, do you owe any debt of word, of coin, of action? And luckily, I am not a person to get into those type of circles where I can fall under the circumstances of debt. But there were a lot of people who went to the debt reckoner to both figure out how they could quote-unquote pay their debt and have debt collected. I know a significant amount of people got cursed, and they almost didn't deserve it. Like, a lot of them, I feel the punishment was too harsh, but this creature did not care. As soon as it recognized that you owe debt, it would curse you to encourage you to finish that debt as soon as possible. And there were 3 types of curses. The lightest curse, it called the biggest curse. I'm not entirely sure how it works, so I'm not going to speak on it, but for now, it doesn't seem like it really affects the player visually. And then there was a curse, whereas I have a friend in Andash who is named Ash, who is now the ambassador to one of the 3 twin blades. But basically he copped this curse of anything made of metal was red hot to the touch, and he literally dropped everything. He threw all of his keys, screaming, "Take it, take it!" He couldn't wear his armor, he couldn't hold his sword, and like, I basically played guard posts with this character. Like, that is one of my only key interactions with him. But yeah, my heart bleeds for a lot of people, and I felt horrible. And so I helped him scoop up all of his things, carried them all to his tent, and yeah, like, there was very little that I could do for the only way he could actually get rid of this curse placed on him was to go and settle his debts. And
yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. Harlig at one point talked to the debt reckoner about a debt that was in the process of being settled. Like, he told this thing, "Oh, we are in the process of settling it with Sir Louis Soir, and this bond he has broken, basically a resource shall never be nationalized, that bond being broken with Sir Louis Soir." And he mentioned to the dead reckoner, "Yes, we are in the middle of settling it. It did not care if you are in the process of settling it. If you have debt, it will go and find it, and yeah, quote unquote fix it."
Interesting.
And which brings me to basically the worst curse of basically you will turn terminal at the end of game if you do not get your debt settled. You will die at the end of game.
Yeah.
And that was terrifying. because debt of word, debt of coin, debt of action. And thing is, one of the people who wanted debts to be collected was Alabaster, specifically a debt of action from a lot of people. A lot of people made this promise to kill a certain senator, which obviously has not been fulfilled on any level.
Mm-hmm.
And every single one of those players that interacted with the Debt Reckoner ended up with that curse of basically a life for a life, of you failed to do as you promised, therefore you shall die at the end of game unless you can go find Alabaster, get him to agree, yeah, drop this debt on me, or else. Like,
shit.
Oh,
That's so. Your options are basically die, have Alabaster drop the debt, or go kill a senator.
yes.
Shit.
It did not care about morals, and like there was obviously someone else with a notebook following around the Debt Reckoner, basically acting as its sort of like aid in keeping track with all of the debts to be collected. Ugh.
It's like its own personal Renfield. Really funny.
Yeah, and I don't know if they were an actual player or a NPC, but they were obviously a follower of Panoply, and they were over the moon over this being of Panoply being in her presence. Of being able to actively aid this being of Panoply, enact Panoply level of justice.
Yep.
Even though I have talked to other players in character asking, what is this thing? It is not a herald. The best that I can say is it is a manifestation of death.
Yep, that's pretty much the vibe I was getting from it. It isn't necessarily a herald. This, if anything, is either just a manifestation of power, in its most brutalistic form, or this is like the agent of a herald of some kind. Like this is clearly an entity of Panoply.
Yeah,
but
like
its most brutal aspect.
Yeah. And it really gives to perspective that yes, we pray to the spheres for good fortune and good health, but we also need to be wary not to do things that will make these manifestations spawn, because when Razil saw this thing, Razil was full on questioning, like, basically, Razil sort of came to the conclusion that he brought this thing into the world through both the rivers of blood from Father Winston failing to clean the sanctum.
You still there?
Yeah.
Okay. I was about to say, like, I think the mic cut out.
Where did I cut off?
Failing to clean the sanctified square.
Yeah, and the Leonomarian fortress, the Golden Fortress, because that's legit where this thing came from. And
not great. not great.
Yeah,
that thing was spooky.
It was terrifying, and it would actively seek out people to question them. Like,
yep.
Like,
Bill L did an amazing job on that mask. Like,
yeah, and it eventually came to the conclusion after a long and arduous night of what is this thing's limit? Is it possible to make it believe that itself has depth to someone else? Will it suddenly implode?
Mm-hmm.
Because Harlick was obviously not happy that it went over to Sir Louis Soir and went, I curse you. Anyway, back to my day!
Yeah. Like, there's two things I can kind of say on the Debt Reckoner a little bit. One of them is just they're both kind of funny. One of them is funny for a very specific reason, which I'll say second. The first being, I was basically standing outside the Shard Circle with the Archmage, just like having a chat, because we were like getting prepared to do the experiments, which I ended up being a little bit late for, which is fine. Basically, mages went over and like, oh, we're gonna go see if we can like, purify it or heal it or get rid of it. And I screamed at them, leave it alone, don't fuck about with it, just leave it alone.
Yeah, the person who tried to cast purify on it legit dropped to bleed out. The character is fine now. She's not cursed in any way, but the fact that she dropped to bleed out was scary enough.
Yep.
And it was a big enough warning of don't cast anything on this. Don't try
just
to
leave
do anything
alone.
with it. Yeah,
I think a lot of mages forget to read up about magic being from the mortal realm, the beings from the other spheres. They might not necessarily interact particularly well, a little like oil and water.
Yep. Yeah, the other thing was, and I heard this from, I heard this as like at a game, something from a friend of mine, who said apparently somewhere on that the outfit for the Debt Reckoner, Stuart had put like the tag saying romanceable NPC. It just made me fucking lose it. Because it's like, oh yeah, somehow convince the Debt Reckoner that like it owes you a debt of like a date. Like, fucking hell, that's so good.
I wish I had seen and known that. That would have been interesting.
That would have been so good. Like the mental image of like someone tricks the Debt Reckoner into like, let's go out for dinner, and they just go to the fucking tavern or whatever, or around a fire, and just having a meal. Like, it's such an endearing, wholesome, and terrifying mental image.
It's full of dating sim.
Yep, it's 100% dating sim.
Beings from the
Or a
sphere.
deity sim, right?
Oh, God's sake.
Oh my goodness.
Damn it, Charlie.
Mages known for making careful, smart decisions. Like, hey, this character has lost his necklace in the Dead Sea Temple complex. I don't know where I'm meant to be going, but I'm going to go in anyway. Yeah, that was a smart decision.
Yeah, and
Completely agree.
But yeah, like Razil was one of the only people that was like churning out ideas on how to possibly deal with this thing, because we all came to conclusion that this is dangerous. it is dangerous with full on do not cross lines and everything, and there was even a fight broke out about it, and of don't talk to it.
Yep. I heard a lot of this stuff going down, and later, yeah, it was, a bunch of people got cursed with death, a bunch of people got, I mean, there was the whole thing with the Andashi ego, of, like, people actively, like, trying to get in the way to take the curse instead of the ego. Like, there was a whole thing.
Yeah.
I heard there was a little kerfuffle with that the Andashi ego got given the wrong curse initially. I think they got given the curse of death. It's like, no, wrong curse. You were meant to get this other one.
Brilliant.
Because I heard was like, I think it's the headmaster of the School of Gifts, like, come into the Shard Circle, just deeply upset I was like, the ego's gonna die. It's like, oh shit. Okay, and then come to find later, oh no, the wrong curse. They were meant to get this other thing.
Okay, brilliant. Okay.
I was like, fuck, wait, is Adesh getting a new ego now? Okay.
It's because it was fully believed that the ego had been cursed with death, and I've been hearing that, but now knowing that
I don't believe. I think there was a mistake.
That it was a technical glitch.
Yeah, I believe they got the biggest curse, which from memory is you cannot hold money. Like, you cannot have wealth.
Oh, that explains Ekorn. Interesting. Whoops. Maybe I've got it and I haven't known it.
Yeah, debt curse, not death curse. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Like.
But. Yeah,
just how quickly the Concord's moral dissolved.
Yeah, it fell apart.
Because how many people were trying to sick it on other people, like especially Alabaster, full on not agreeing to settling this debt of having a senator killed. Like, you have to be the most evil bastard of this whole entire game to expect, like, literally most of, like, a good handful of people to die over this one person, you petty motherfucker.
So, I actually had a conversation with Mark on the Friday about Alabaster, and Mark kind of admitted of like, and again, this is player information, of like, he's like, oh no, Alabaster's definitely like a psychopath. And I corrected him, I'm like, no, Alabaster is not a psychopath, he's a sociopath. He's far too stable. He's absolutely a sociopath.
Do you know the difference between the two?
I've delved vaguely into it. From my understanding, psychopaths are just, they're not as cognizant of the world around them, whereas sociopaths can easily fit in amongst normal people, but they themselves have like issue empathizing.
Tend to not know what they're doing,
yeah.
Whereas sociopaths know what they're doing.
Yeah, I believe he. Then in that instance, yes, I'm fairly certain he is definitely a sociopath.
Yeah, but luckily, a lot of those debts, Alabaster finally bent the knee, from my understanding, and dropped the debts.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, Debt Reckoner, one of the most nuts things to happen at Passage.
Yeah.
One of the most wonderful things too.
Oh yeah,
it really starts showing things up very well.
It was cool. That was a stress test that absolutely, like, it showed a lot about the different characters in Concord and how they react to power.
I just remembered a very sweet interaction I gained with brand new players. Like, these were all from over east, and I interacted with them a bit on Friday because they were asking around for one of the members of their group that they've lost track of, and I went, sorry, I haven't seen them. And basically they were giving out free samples of this type of dried meat. Like, it was very good, but because I was under so much stress of seeing this creature giving out curses to almost everyone it interacts with, like, both in and out of character, I was at such a loss on how I could help people.
Yep.
Just leave it alone.
It's what I did. I was like, nah, I'm not fucking with it. I'm telling people not to fuck with it. If they fuck with it, that's their problem.
And so when this group of new players offered me a free sample, I asked, there is no debt connected to this, right? Because
yeah, that's fair.
was full on scary. Like I was scared of someone trying to trick me into death. And
Imagine occurring dead over biltong.
And all of these players exploded, no, we do not want it, and I ended up breaking down crying.
It's so good, you should taste it, Detrek now. Okay.
You freaking give it, you freaking like, oh, there's this thing, it's so good, you should try it. It's like, I shall do this. Eats biltong, you owe me 2 locks.
But, yeah,
it's so good.
And so, these precious new players helped me out and basically stashed me away in their tent so I could like full on reset, have a cup of water, and but that was like the first time in a long time that I broke down.
Though I did speak to those two guys. They seem like really cool people.
Yeah, and they were, and yeah, we basically chilled out of character in the tent because my my meter was done, and
can only handle so much chaos.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, that was a night and a half. Like, Father Winston got stabbed, and then just the full-on funny sequence of Gallad ordering the Billies to not let anyone but him and the General speak to Father Winston. So literally none of Father Winston's friends were allowed to go past the Billies because, no, we got orders from the Brigadier, and...
I love the fucking... Just to slightly tangent here a little bit, I love the Billmongers and how hard they've gone into that roleplay of just weirdos. It's great. I can't help but smile whenever they get up to their antics. I can't.
Like Billmongers are basically prominent veterans. Like, they have seen war. Because in the war, the Border War with Onyx has gone on for 18 years, and Billmongers are basically veterans from it. And yeah, it is great to interact with them, and
they're adorable. I love them. I love them so much.
They were the beacon who sort of tried to end my night. That funny sequence of Father Winston going, "Can I at least speak to my friend?" Nah, sorry. No.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, so the friend had to go and fetch Gallad, and
that's great.
And so Gallad could actually give the order of like, alright, fine.
That's fucking amazing.
Father Winston is allowed to interact with his friends. It's like perfect. Mwah. Peak comedy.
That's great.
Yeah.
Oh, God damn.
I think you better get on at some stage to Sunday, because otherwise we're gonna run out of time.
I'm eyeballing it, don't worry. I'm eyeballing it. Yeah, so I will go over my remainder of Saturday thing, because this is where my game kind of got turned up to 11. So going into the astral projection experiments, we had a whole write-out of what different people were going to do and try, and more to that, a list of stuff you basically had to agree to, of, you know, if this happens, do this, if this happens, do this. Do not interact with souls or spirits in any. Do not interact with souls at all, because that's heresy. If shit starts to get real bad, get out. And that, I believe, was called like the. It was named after Dristan specifically.
Oh no!
Which was a nice homage. I actually like that. Of like, no, of course we'd name it after him. He's the one it happened to. So yeah, that makes sense. So went through all that, going, yes, this is going to be dangerous. Yes, something bad can happen to you. Do you consent? Make sure you go to when you're done from your experiment. Make sure you go to the hospital. Make sure you see a priest to make sure everything is above board as possible. I was the only one that failed to do that. Mainly out of laziness more than anything, but it ended up getting resolved anyway. It got resolved. It's fine. No. It's going to a priest or the hospital earlier would not have changed what happened. So, I went in the first time after a few other people, had my experience, and focused on a thing in order to get into the astral plane, which was the Sphere of Lumos, which I ended up basically coming back to my body before going into the astral because I was basically taking damage, and I only have 3 hit points, so I was like, nah, I'm not going to risk taking one more because I'll go into bleed out and I don't want this to turn into a Tristan situation, so I bamfed out. But not before, for the first time in roughly 12 years, that my character's first thing he sees in 12 years is an archway and the Sphere of Lumos itself. Because canonically, my character and I both lost sight at the age of 15, and I'm almost 27. So in almost 12 years, the first thing my character sees is the Sphere of Hope, which is fucking nice. It was a very poetic thing. Not the only sphere he ended up seeing that night, or at least that summit, which we'll get to on the Sunday. Was it the Monday? One of the two. So left, and then a bunch of other stuff happened. Someone saw the Wiggle friend in the astral. That's all I'm going to say on that. They met the Wiggle friend, had a conversation with the little Wiggle friend.
I see.
And then came into the next round of things, and part of the agreement is for this experiment is you cannot go into the astral twice, or more than twice in a summit. And if you have any injuries, you must get those fixed first before you can go in there again at all, which is fair. It's a very safe way to handle it. I had gone in once and went, all right, I'll go back in. I'm going to focus on that, on the Wiggle friend, go have a conversation. And I had a conversation with the Archmage about it, of the right person needs to talk to this thing because it's not a malevolent entity. It's some kind of guardian. I just want to go and talk to it. I just want to say hello. I want to be polite, and that's it. I don't want to take anything from it. I don't want to ask anything from it. Yeah, like, if I could bring tea and muffins for it, I would. Absolutely. So, Azir is kind of hesitant and goes, are you sure? And I say, yes, absolutely. I will do this. 100%. So I go, alright, fine. I go back in, eventually. And because we're also experimenting with like our tethers to make sure they stay strong and stable, which I did. The person prior to me, in my second time, faced doing the math from imperial to metric and such, or metric to imperial, I should say, because I understand imperial measurements better than I do metric a lot of the time. I believe it was described as a roughly 4.5 meter tall wolf, so like almost 15 feet tall. Like this was a big fucking wolf. That almost got the person before me, and then I went in. Of like, no, I'm going to focus on this other entity. I should go straight to it. It should be fine. It wasn't. The wolf was there waiting.
Oh.
So I was like, okay, sure. I'm still going to try diplomacy. So tried speaking to it. It just grinned and started basically stalking, as a wolf would to do. This thing definitely seemed smarter. And again, I'm going to talk about this as I am now because I have told people about this in game. Like a number of people know there are records. That's why I'm talking about this. So things started stalking, and I thought, all right, it's not responding or anything. Weird. I channeled mana threateningly to see if it would, respond to a display of strength. It didn't. Instead, it pounced. I dodged. It impacted the ground like an earthquake. It got up, reassessed me, started stalking again. I flipped at the bird because that's how I live. I'm like, no, fuck you, dude. I ain't taking your shit.
And we go back to the fact of making smart choices.
Mm-hmm. It's also worth noting, like, I am a non-combatant, medically, right? So I can't fight. This is theater of the mind. I can do whatever the fuck I want.
Brilliant.
Which is like, no, 100%. This is where I come into my own. This is going to be great. So pounces again. I dodge. After checking on my tether, making sure it was still strong, which it was. Well, strong enough. I dodge. It misses barely. Lands next to me. Turns. Swipes. And as I've got its paw coming towards my face, I am in and out of game what feels like forever, trying to come up with how do I want to handle this. I could either just bolt and get out of there. I can try and dodge it and see how much more of this fight and get myself into a more advantageous position and maybe try and do something to this thing. Or I can punch it in the face. So I was very tempted. That was like forethought in my mind, like fight or flight response. I had fight or pure.
Yeah. C punched it in the face.
100%. I had full fight or flight response, and I my brain was like fight, absolutely fight. I was much like earlier in the day. I was a second away from hitting Gallagher. I was a second away from punching this thing in the face. And then decided, no, get out. Just leave. Just go.
Vamp.
Yep, started piss bolting back to my body. It followed. And just as I was re-entering my body, it scratched my back.
Oh no.
And I was informed, when I returned to my body, it felt like I'd left something behind.
Oh no.
Yep. I had these 3 massive weird bruise scars on my back. I did get magic healing, which as it turned out actually helped quite a bit. And I had been healed throughout the process of astral projecting as well. But yeah, I got back to my body and I out of game warned everyone, by the way, I'm about to scream very loudly. And I screamed at the top of my lungs and then just shouted, fuck you, you son of a bitch. Just almost to the wolf of haha, motherfucker, I got away, what are you gonna do? That was an adrenaline-filled moment. I also came back to my body in an odd way, because everyone else's body was still extremely cold. My body warmed back up pretty quickly. Because I have a weird thing, and everyone else has, normal spiritual/traumatic wounds that they got fixed. Mine is weird.
Yeah, you...
Yep.
You got the very bad touch.
Well, that's the thing. I'll get to that. So... There's
more?
Yeah, there's a little more. This continued. This is the rest of my summit. I'm probably going to be the next one too. We'll get there. So yeah, got the scratch, gave my report, and was like, nah, I'm done. I did not go to the hospital as I should have, and I did not see a priest as I should have. That was more me just being tired, and was like, nah, I'm just gonna go to bed. It's fine. And that was it. I had my encounter with the wolf. I was extremely proud of myself.
We will just sleep it off.
Yeah, basically it's like, nah, it'll be fine. I've had worse. But yeah, that was ended up being very spooky because is basically a couple people were worried it was going to be another Tristan situation, and apparently, Isaiah had overheard from another mage or someone else that I had been talking to myself, or not talking to myself per se, but talking to someone that wasn't there, which I had no memory of. I didn't know if this was something one of the STs was doing as a part of this, or if this was like they just noticed, because I talk to myself all the time. Like, it's something I just do. Yeah. So it could have been that, but I have a feeling I took it as an ST thing. And even if it wasn't an ST thing, nah, fuck it, that's still a cool game. Like, I'm gonna roll with that. So yeah, that was my Saturday. It went from spiritual wound, silence and panic, election, failing to get election, going for election, failing to get elected, to prepping for a conflux on the medical side, to, hey, let's do an experiment, oh god, I'm fighting a wolf, who might actually be the Iron Wolf.
Oh, that is an interesting thought.
So yeah, and I kept saying to myself, it's Saturday. It's just Saturday. Why does it feel like I've been here for 4 days?
Where's that? They're ripping itself apart.
Yeah, like holy shit, my day was stacked. But yeah, that's my Saturday. Done. That's it. I got nothing else. Has anyone got anything else for Saturday? I've rambled a lot. I'm sorry.
Nothing for me.
Yeah, I finished off my Saturday with the funny story of Father Winston sort of being house arrested.
Oh, right. I was very specific when I was having my report dictated and written down that I specifically wanted it noted that I flipped it off. I flipped that wolf off. I wanted it noted.
Obviously. Because it was like the first time it's ever had that happen.
Yep. So that was fun. So yeah, we are 2 days into this. We have 2 days to go. I recommend right now everyone listening and the two of you as well. Go to the bathroom, drink some water, stretch, massage your jaw muscles. You know, we'll have a quick break of a couple minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll proceed.
Back to our chin wagging.
Mm-hmm. All right, we'll see you all in a couple minutes.
See ya.
All right, we're back. I forgot to change the pause screen, the be right back in 5 minutes thing. Sorry about that. Yeah, so we're back. We have bathroomed, we have rested, we have done the thing. Yeah.
We have gained water.
Indeed. Before we pop into Sunday, there is one last tail end thing I did forget to mention about Saturday that I will mention now. After my excursion into the Astral and my subsequent, wolfish encounter. Yeah, wolfish encounter, we shall say. I did have a chat with Warren, one of the Shard Circle STs. Also, he had a chat with me, basically asking, "Are you okay if I mess with your character a bit?" I was like, my first answer was yes, and what have you got in mind? And I got an amount of details. After I initially said kind of like, you don't need to give me specific details, and then I kind of got specific details a little bit. So I have a small measure of understanding of what I've got. A very, very small. I have said, a possible distance situation, which is not inaccurate, but I also don't know if it is entirely accurate. I'm not going to say anything more on it specifically, but it is something that could get treated. It is something that was going to sort of have a bit of a slow burn, and it was going to get worked out, and it'll pop up when it pops up. Which is where I think the whole hearing me talk to someone that wasn't there came from. I think that might have been what it was. And then sort of what my part of my Sunday ended up being, which I'll talk to when we get around to that. Basically, I have a small measure of understanding of what is going on with the hub and his wolf wound at this time. I do not have specifics. It is I will find out how bad it actually is when I find out. Until then, I got what help I could get, and that's it. That's I gave consent for the Concord team to mess with me because it's fun.
Character growth is journey.
100%, exactly. I'm like, nah, this is just going to be character growth. This is going to be fun. And it was. Yeah. It was good fun. But that is the last little bit I did forget to mention prior for the Saturday. We have sort of exhausted Saturday here, more or less. Now we're going to punch over to Sunday. Starting with Melody and the hectic element that Bolivar had to deal with.
Sunday was a time. Starting with the morning, I decided I would stand in church for a bit. I got to see all of the high priest elections. I sort of wandered off and back every now and then because I like to check in if I'm ever available to anyone, because that is how I roleplay my character, sort of. And yeah, like to like some of the nightly valors is vigilance and service. To be vigilant of anything that could go wrong and be of service, and so yeah, and then after that, Yorm and a good party went off to do some treasure hunting as they have done before, and I only interacted with him the night before, assuming that he was going to be there all summit. And this served as a stark reminder that any character can be lost at any time due to unfortunate circumstances.
See, you've got it wrong. Yorm's not dead. Yorm's just managed to wheel his way out of death, and is now wandering around doing various Viper things wherever is needed. That's where Yorm is. It's canon, and I demand it stays that way.
Whatever gets you through your day.
Look, that is literally the only thing that got me through Sunday.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
Yeah. I did not have tears to cry because I feel that I've cried all my tears from my breakdown the night before. But it was very hard to accept, and just seeing how it affected his Valley Vipers of they now have to go on without their leader. And I've always been a friend of the Valley Vipers. And especially Finn, a Mimos priest, and is now the senator to Windholm.
Oh, okay.
And, like, Finn is also a fairly new player, and seeing, like, a good chunk of the Valley Vipers are new players, and seeing them cry literal tears, it broke my heart. And, yeah, me being myself, I wanted to try to comfort them any way that I could. And, yeah, from that morning alone, a lot has happened. And I have commented under a photo of me, like, hoping, quote unquote, hoping the day gets better. Spoiler alert, it didn't! Because, yeah, most of my morning was spent making sure the Valley Vipers are okay and are grieving in a healthy way. And, yeah. And then
they were, because they enjoy day drinking anyway, so it was a good excuse.
Good to know.
My word. Okay.
So anyway, so the major conflux came round, and yeah, we were going up against the Onyx aristocracy. We're basically going to Royal Bordovar for a strategic conflux. I do not know what this conflux entails for... We did not get any sort of success from my understanding. But it was very messy, and one of the Billy Boys ended up being turned. For those who have been to LARP. And we all joke that this one player always dies.
Are you shitting me? Again?
Yes!
Oh, come on!
What would Senor Harris do it any other way?
Oh my god, no! That's...
Yeah.
He's cursed! Like, he's actually just cursed!
And, yeah, like... And it is starting to get worrying on how much this one player is getting chopped down. But, yeah, moving on from that,
Yeah.
basically...
Fuck.
Basically seeing, by the way, that character, his nickname was Ollie, because the Billmongers referred each other by nicknames. Ollie, Alan, Larry. Yeah. Yeah. Ollie was, from my perspective, one moment, all of the Billy Boys were lined up along the shield wall. The next, after me trying to shoot the mages on the other side, suddenly there was Ollie, having been turned. And me actively having to note that I had to shoot him down. So I ended up shooting Ollie, like, but the Billy Boys, because I didn't actually notify anyone that Ollie's body is sort of a liability now. And so the Billy Boys saw that one of their own was down. They took him way back in the back lines, and the body popped up again in our back lines and started attacking us. And so I had to go back there, and I was so frustrated at Onyx, and I can see how it could have been taken by the Billy Boys of me being terrible in general, going, he is gone? If you want something sentimental, take his helmet. Because obviously how the portal works, only a Concordian soul can go through. And that thing is not Concordian in any sense!
Yep.
And yeah, and yeah, me once again having to shoot him down because of this confusion of what the fuck, Ollie? But yeah, of like, he is. And yeah, the Billy Boys were spread, and so I saw another one of the Billies sort of like mourning over him, and me once again having to march back there and go, he is gone. And yeah, I just mainly wanted to make sure it didn't stood back up.
Yeah, that's fair.
Cause yeah,
Fuck. Oh, I owe Paul a hug. I owe him the biggest fucking hug. Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah.
Well, fun fact about Paul, during Angie's first LARP full stop, she wasn't doing very well. She struggles very much with social anxiety, and role-playing to her is like, it doesn't come easy. And she was really struggling with the game, like really struggling, wondering whether or not she could even be bothered coming back. And Paul just interacted with her in character as he always does, but just was there and was talking and just doing those things that Paul does so well, which is you don't even need to interact and feel as if you're interacting. And of all accounts, that absolutely saved her LARP experience and actually made her go, you know what, it's not all bad. And for that, like, I'm always going to be very thankful to Paul for sort of keeping Angie in. But it wouldn't surprise me if there are multiple other people out there that he saved their game. Like, even when I was brand new, he would still actually interact with me as if I'd been there forever.
Yeah, and that's what he does with a lot of other players. And yeah, like I sometimes hang out with him outside of the LARP scene, and he generally enjoys involving as many people as he can, and just having everyone and seeing them enjoy the game.
Yep.
That's
it
awesome.
generally brings him joy to do that for others, and if that is not the most wholesome thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, Paul, good lad. Very, very much good lad.
But yeah. So. Yeah. Basically, Gallad started calling a retreat, and so we started to retreat, and I didn't witness it, but I was told later that the Billies tried to take Ollie's body home. But once again, how it only accepts a Concordian soul that has passed through it. That soul was pushed out of the body, or any soul residue, however the body works.
Yep.
And so basically, Ollie bounced off like hitting a brick wall. And so yeah,
Fuck.
but they were able to bring back his helmet, and
That's nice.
later on, I tried to have Vid tried to have a conversation with the Billies, and I ended up making it more confrontational than it needed. Mainly because I was so frustrated that my attention had to be pulled away to behind us in order to protect us. Because being an archer, like having that range is a real key thing in battle. And yeah, so I still had those feelings of being annoyed that Onyx basically went, "Ha! Screw you and your friends."
Like, fuck that guy in particular.
Yeah. It's like, so yeah,
Mm.
I ended up, cause yeah, I basically gave it as like a warning of, don't do that again. Don't try to pull a Onyx infected body back, but obviously none of them knew it was influenced by Onyx.
No?
So
Yeah.
they saw me yelling that, "Nah, screw your friends."
Yep.
And yeah,
Oh, damn. That sucks.
but yeah, like, I do enjoy the roleplay, but yeah, like, when things suck, things suck.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Add that to another tagline to Concord. When things suck, they suck.
And obviously something else that happened in that major conflux, basically the plan was House Avalon were going to quote-unquote pretend to switch alliances to get to basically one of the Onyx leaders and cut him down. They switched
How did
alliances.
that go?
They went all the way back from what I could visually see, because I usually pay attention to what's in the back lines, because I can try to line up some really good shots because mages are hiding back there.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, like, they were all the way on the other side of the battlefield. And yeah, it didn't quite register to me because, again, I was taking care of the Ollie situation, but once we came back to Passage, Sir Escanor was upset. He was upset. Like, he was so angry to the point that he ended up shouting at me.
Mm-hmm.
And another player came in and checked me and went, "Hey, are you okay? Because you got full-on screamed at." And even though, yes, I can sort of crumple when I'm screamed at, it's only when I can't move away from being screamed at. Like, a single shout in my face, I am almost unfazed.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was just a slight surprise of, oh, does he have the butcher's mark? Basically.
Yeah.
I was assuming that he had the butcher's mark because that was very out of character of Sir Escanor to start yelling at me. But no, he didn't. He was just so distraught that House Avalon, his house, that they full on actually went through with joining Onyx, and they did not follow us back.
Mm-hmm. Yep. On top of, also from what I hear, absconded with like some 50-something crystal mana.
50 crystal mana of what I've been told by people within Avalon, but
Oh damn.
it's a lot regardless.
Yep.
But anyway, like, I wanted, because I'm going for my knighthood, I need to have a sort of like mentor council of knights to lead me.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted Sir Leofric to be one of my mentors.
Yep.
And to know that he was gone, yeah, it was a lot.
Yeah, it was odd because when I heard of like the Avalon, the 5 betrayers of Avalon, I was like, okay, sure, all right, and then hearing the names and it's like Winston, yeah, okay, Amelia, yeah, all right, and then hearing Leofric, that gave me a fucking double take. Like, wait, fucking what? He was the good one.
Leofric, the promoted, one of the 2 people that led the miracle. Like, there was a whole song made about him, and Leofric straight up dropped his oath to the people to follow his fellow Avalon members to apparently find the king. At least what was told at the Inquisition of Sir Louis.
Yep, that's kind of. I did not know that. I had a feeling that would have been the only reason I think why Leofric would have gone. Was that?
Yeah. Basically, there's sort of plot to try to revive the true king of Fordovar, and the only reason why Sir Louis, Sir Escanor knew nothing about this plan, but Sir Louis knew, didn't say anything, and didn't go because he did not believe that just having the face and voice of the king is not enough to be the true king. It needs to be the soul fully willing.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Yeah. It was a long that day. And then that night, the Dendari came. And oh yeah, and also Lady Avalon left, which the senator of Wayland asked Lady Avalon to be his proxy. Because Lady Avalon has had experience being the aide to the previous senator and sorts. But yeah, the senator came to me and asked if I would be his proxy because Lady Avalon left. And yeah, like, Vid did have a somewhat good relationship with Lady Avalon as well. Basically, character, Lady Avalon helped Vid to figure out how to use magic. And yeah, and to have a lot of people that you look up to and leave, not a word, not a single goodbye. Like, I had to console Lady Avalon's brother. Yeah. But yeah, I was made the new proxy aide to the senator of Wayland, and then the Dendari arrived. Basically, a very proud, what I would call very pompous war hero from Denda. And basically, I would believe it to be somewhat common knowledge by now that Dendar has made a treaty with the Onyx, and basically the ambassadors sent an item to help protect against the Onyx, and they took that as a huge offense, which could only mean one thing. Somehow Dendar and Onyx are aligned. But from the Dendari's demeanor, I did pick up that whenever he did bring up the topic of Onyx, very sheepishly, stating under the watchful eye of the Onyx.
Dun, dun, dun.
So
Interesting.
yeah, and basically the ambassadors wanted to keep the Dendari very well away from Bordavar because of Bordavar's beef with the Onyx, and it's just a lot.
Interesting.
But yeah, I wanted to be a good influence on a possible view of what Bordavar could be. So yeah, I did put myself out, did my best to interact. He was very proud, very full of himself, and in hindsight, on one hand, it could be interpreted to see how desperate the Concord is. Good trade with Dendar, or how willing is Concord to help Dendar with the slightest thing, because I legit tied his shoe for him. Earlier that day, the Ego needed help getting stuff off of the floor by her tent because she didn't want her antlers getting caught in her guide wire, and her armor would restrict her from bending over properly. So yeah. And this Dendari hero was wearing a full-on chest plate, so I assumed, he can't bend over very well, and so I tied his boot for him. And yeah, that is the sort of like commoner mindset of if you are asked to help, and if you are able to help. And yeah, which I feel is a very good mindset. But yeah, from that action alone, it can be seen as how willing is Concord willing to put themselves down to make sure that one person has a good time. Because he has made a lot of assumptions, assuming that his Dendari coin is equal to our Concordian coin, because we have different coins. And the designs are very beautiful. And basically, copper, silver, and gold. Similar to us. And so, since our coin has the same coloring, he assumes, it's the exact same exchange rate, which, yeah. The Dendari became very interested in the auction house, and the fact that there was a Arkstone quarry deed. He became very interested in that. Saying that it would be a good gift to his friend, whether or not this is someone who is Onyx, or a general living person. But yeah, another comment I will state, basically, I wanted to tell a story of how King Bordavar first made the kingdom. Because it is a sort of funny story of like, no, I'm going to make my own kingdom but better with blackjack and hookers.
Kinda.
Yeah. And when I said about 150 years, 200 years ago, he stated, "You are very old," assuming that I had lived that long. That is a very interesting thing to say to someone.
Yeah,
very interesting.
Yeah, I could see that.
But yeah, eventually he was invited by the Leonamarian people to go wine tasting. And yeah, I was told he had a very good night. And yeah, there was assumptions.
You didn't wind up in a ditch like the Artibazani ambassador did.
No. there is one of the ambassadors think that it's possible that he felt like he was being watched by the Onyx, which in my mind could entail he was carrying something like a scrying stone or something. Since Onyx is capable of doing that, for they have done it before to gain access to our war chamber. Yeah.
Or maybe, given that House Avalon have aligned themselves, maybe they were reporting back, given the fact that they have always had access to the War Council. Just as a thought.
That would make sense.
Who knows? We can only assume now. And
for House Avalon.
Yeah. I decided to relay all of this information to the Duke, for he is a priest of Stalia, and having knowledge on what our embassy is doing is very good, because it is technically in his region. And yeah, and I also wanted to very much caution him on how to interact with the Dendari in case there's ever the chance that they could have crossed paths. Luckily, the Dendari crossed almost no one, except there was the guard to Tavern, how they were hiring guards, and they were not Bordovarian, but they stated, my day could be doing better, especially after the betrayal of Bordovar. It's like...
Fuck.
It wasn't Bordovar the realm.
Yeah, but you also do have to remember that in cases like this, like, people don't know the dynamics within realms, especially new players. And so from the outside, to a lot of people, it will be a case of, it was Bordovar that betrayed us. Who else is in there that was complicit with this? Like, Louis Suarez freely admitted, but are there others? Are there going to be more? Do I really want to work with them on another conflux in case this happens again? What's going to happen? So you do have to remember that, to you, who knows the insides of Bordovar, knows that it's a specific element of it.
Yeah. And, I sat in for Senate to basically sit beside Senator Wayland and, basically get used to the Senate setting as well, since I'm going to be spending a lot of time there and aiding with decisions. And I explained to the Senator of Wayland a much more comprehensible mindset towards Mukarem's situation with the nomads, of basically view it from Vid's standpoint. It was quite literally a mob of commoners uprising over a lord or duke who was doing nothing for them. Which is essentially what it was. The people have been ignored for 2 years straight, and they went, nah, we're not dealing with this. And which I believe helped a lot with the senator understanding how to handle this situation. And also Skittles as well. Like, I can't remember if he said it before or after the vote that Artibazon fears us because we can prove that their controllers are weak. That is why Artibazon hates us.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
But if we approach the Almai the way that Artibazon has, are we any better than them? We need to approach this with kindness and love.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I entirely agree.
Yeah, and another great quote from Skittles after the betrayal of Bordova is, "We do not know how many wish to defect to the Onyx. We do not know how many Iron Valiers worship bears. We do not know how many Leonomarians believe that the revolution has not gone far enough. We don't know how many Greenwheelers wish to join the Zerkatile, and so on. Just because one group of a realm has betrayed doesn't mean that the whole realm is damned," sort of thing. Yeah, like, that is very useful to remember. And yeah. It was a lot.
Yep.
And
Yes,
yeah.
it was.
A long and hard day. Brazil also went on a night conflux and came back and went, oh no!
I know what I'm talking about, and
Brazil,
yeah.
Minister of Foreign Affairs. Foreign Affair.
Yep.
Yeah. Doing his job. A+.
Is there anything else for your Sunday?
I think that's all. Just a lot of worry, really,
That's
of especially since we failed that major conflict. What's going to happen to Wayland? Oh yeah, one more thing. About the Wolf Den Brute. Basically, the Duke made a list of players who are going on this hunt for the Wolf Den Brute, for it had been agreed that a mix of commoners and people who want to earn their knighthood are allowed to go after the Wolf Den Beast, because how it works, it came from the Wolf Den, which is where prize game comes from. And so yeah, not everyone can hunt down prize game, otherwise it will be labeled as poaching. And so yeah, you need to gain the Duke's permission in order to hunt said prize game. And this creature is considered prize game to Bordeaux because people who want to earn their knighthoods, this could be a big thing for them to show the other knights that they have the knightly valors of strength and courage. And I look forward on trying to hunt this beast down along with others. And yeah, that's how my second day of Concord went.
Oh damn.
Yeah.
I guess yeah. Shall we handball over to Charlie?
Sure. Was your day better than mine?
No, not really. Remember, Iron Valley was in the same conflux, so
okay.
yeah. So having lost Yorm in the morning, we almost lost Balin, played by the wonderful John McLean. It was not a pleasant morning to be around, especially having Hands of the Healer cast upon me, meaning that I see a lot more empathy for everything, essentially. Yeah, then the conflux. I was already struggling before the conflux because I was trying to find my Archmage's spirit, because healing is going to be key in a fight like this, because we knew it was going to be a long slog. To put it in perspective, I cast heal 29 times in that conflux, and we still had to retreat because we were out of every other resource. We call out to House Avalon and Escanor's beautiful wife, who made it for me. You saved your husband's life, I can assure you, given the amount of times I healed him. Interesting fight. Definitely feel that we retreated when we could. I think there was a lot of confusion in regards to the pennants, where they were going to be on the knights, the errant knights' bodies. So I think a lot of them got missed. Certainly thankful for that flank charge of Lorona Mare after they'd dealt with the mages. It certainly helped tip the balance in our favour again for a while. Yeah, difficult fight. Seeing Avalon turn. I have a lot of thoughts, none of them particularly positive, so that's all I shall say on that matter. Coming out of that fight and then realising last minute that Blacker had fallen, that Balin had fallen again, and this time was unable to get out. So we had lost 2 Val members during that fight, plus a lot of traumatic injuries. It was tough to take. It really did put a very solemn feeling across the valley. But I suppose we do have that advantage within the valley that we revere the fallen, we revere the heroes, and like gone but not forgotten.
I do very much regret missing the funeral pyre, because that was too busy running around making sure things were okay.
Oh, thanks, Coco Monk. I didn't realise that we'd only dropped 3. Again, this is the joys of Concordian rumours. It sort of hears several different versions of the same thing, and none of them somehow are correct. Like the fact that I actually got a pennant, and so I want to try and find out which knight errant crest is on there, so that I can carry it around on Ekorn's character and be like, yo, which would probably get me shanked in the night, but
yeah, maybe.
I do like live dangerously. Actually, everyone knows that anyway. So there was that. What else happened Sunday? Sunday was one of those weird days where I think I've kind of repressed the vast majority of it. That's because losing Yorm in the morning. Although losing him just means we've literally lost track of where he is, because he's now just wandering around, causing havoc, undoubtedly. The one-eyed trouser snake that he is. Ash Vipers for the win. So I've spoken to Eugene about this, and I'm not sure whether he'll listen to it, but it'd be fun if he does. Essentially, we've got the OK from Eugene to do a geoglyph up on the hill, where we come down on the road, a snake. So we're going to do that so that he can find his way back if needs be.
Huh. That's neat.
And then we'll get the ashes from the fire, so it's the Ash Viper as per the Iron Valley beliefs. Losing Flacker was tough. Why? Because he's a good friend of mine. Out of game, in game, he did what he was meant to do. He's been a summoner, and he's been mapping all of the Stein vaults and kind of just doing a lot of behind the scenes stuff that I don't think a lot of people realised. So losing him kind of was difficult, and then having his body come through the Concordian portal to be beheaded by Louis of Lorona Mare, our previous Archmage, was interesting to say the least. Then kind of watching poor Louis Soir being put through the fucking ringer from everyone, left, right, and centre, was just BS, and I avoided that whole thing for the sheer fact of, again, hand to the healer with the empathy that it makes me feel. It's really difficult to be around conflict like that. So Sunday night comes around, the rains start coming in, the storm warnings start coming in. So essentially, I head off to the war chamber to prepare for the next day's fights, and watch how well Concord deals with the rain now, with all its beautiful paving. It was certainly very, very good.
I expected because it was like, oh yeah, we got around like 3 o'clock or whatever, the like heavy wind and storm and that coming in, and it was fine. Like, getting people to batten down the hatches was a good thing to do.
Yeah.
But it's fine.
I don't even want to risk, given like a couple of summits ago,
Yeah, absolutely.
everything going away, sort of with a sledgehammer in the driving rain, putting star pickets into the ground to stop the shard circle flying away.
Yep.
As much fun as that was, I'd rather not do that.
Agree entirely.
So yeah, that was fairly decent.
I very much remember helping pick down someone's tent in a previous summit, of like having to hold on to that drenched rope in the rain and wind, just wanting to lift this tent off of the ground, and yeah, just waiting for this one person who has a mallet going to each and every peg to hammer them down, and that ground just being incredibly soft as well. It's just yeah, I am definitely voting not to have that experience again.
Yeah, it's not great. But it ended up being okay this time, hopefully.
Yeah, look, essentially after it all happened, I sought out Escanor. Escanor's Matthew Reed's character, correct? Or I get it wrong?
I am actually not sure.
Melody? Melody's gone.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Matt Reed's character is Escanor, correct?
Yeah.
So I'd sort him out and sort him out, just so that I could talk to him in regards to what Ekorn's plans were for downtime. Because I've been in the Green World over the long hot, doing some experimentation within the Thunder Oak Orchards. Also helped out at Eisen with healing from the battles there. And I said, look, I'm going to come to Border Bar because there's going to be a lot of probably civil unrest caused by this faction. So I will come along, and that's when Lorenzo, played by Jason Lowry, was like, no, I'll come along as well. And so we got chatting in regards to what there was to do in Bordevar. And Escanor had stated that there was ice skating, to which Lorenzo had never been ice skating before, and was like, well, look, I'm coming along to come and help as I possibly can, because all the other realms have come to Andash to help, so it's only fair I come and help as well. And was very excited at the prospect of some downtime being able to ice skate, which I think inevitably led to Monday, when we get to it, being as difficult for me as it was.
Yeah. Yeah, Monday... Oh, yeah, Monday was a day.
So that was you?
Bloody Monday.
Absolute Garfield hours. Okay. So before I fire off here, was there anything else of your Sunday that you wish to mention or bring up?
Oh, geez, I've probably forgotten so much.
Yeah,
but
that's the way of it.
as it stands, there's nothing that I can overly think of.
Yep, that's fair enough. So my Sunday was fairly flat in comparison to my Saturday, which felt like it lasted an eternity. My day was pretty chill for the most part. Until actually, well, no, I tell you what, I made and sold some potions, so I made a little bit of money. Talked to someone about my mead being sold and all that, and a couple other things happening. Just getting stuff sorted for the most part. And then having a chat with Esterra basically about, this is when I got told about the whole someone noticing that I was talking to myself or talking to someone that wasn't there. I was like, oh, that's weird. Then mentioned, oh yeah, I've not been to the... He's like, oh, how do you feel? Like, I think I feel fine. It's like, did you go to the hospital or the see a priest? Like, no. Fuck, I was meant to do that, wasn't I? But I feel fine. I'm fine. Like, I tried to get across out of character, but still staying in character. Like, trying to communicate, I have no spiritual wounds, I'm good. But still, obviously, he's still doing the right thing of like, no, still go get checked. It's better to just do that. It's like, alright, cool, fair enough. Yep, so he went and got, tried to get a high priest. So I was like, alright, I'll go wait. And he went and got the Anarch High Priest. At least I think it was the Anarch High Priest. Pretty sure. Didn't matter anyway. Ended up having to do it later, which we did. Definitely grabbed the Anarch High Priest that time. And then we went off to go into get me checked. There was the question of like, alright, well, where do we want to do this? How do we want to do this? What do we want done? And I basically pointed out some kind of ceremony to check me over. It's like not a full-on ceremony, but like you are a high priest, do your priest thing and check this out. And I pointed out a place to, like, it would probably be best to do this in a place where you have power. So I said, well, why don't we go do this in the Sanctified Square? So we went and got permission from the curate, popped in the square. He did his thing. It was a great time. It was actually very fun. And then, Warren, the Shard Circle ST that was sort of helming this little bit of storyline, described the wound, described what was going on basically, and then kind of went, yeah, the power of Anarch has seeped into this wound and is essentially battling it. Sort of fire against ice, basically. It's like, oh, that's cool. So I was like, alright, let's go to the hospital, let's get all this checked. Hospital checks the wound, and like, oh yeah, this is bad. This is a real bad wound.
That's not what you want to hear.
But it had healed rapidly. Like, anyone else, like one of the surgeons went and grabbed someone else and said, have a look at this wound, and you tell me how long ago you think this wound occurred. And like, oh, this wound probably occurred like probably a couple months ago. It's like, no, he got this last night. I'm like, oh, that's weird that it healed so fast. We tried to communicate across, like, this is not the power of the sphere, this is not the power of Anarch that has accelerated this. This was the magical healing I'd received, but it had healed really quickly, which is odd, very, very odd. So okay, interesting. I'm having a chat to Victor, one of the Greenwheeled surgeons. Kind of went, alright, what's some other stuff we can try here, just in case this is a situation. Like, okay, well, we've had one high priest sort of have a go. Why don't we get another one and see what happens? To my understanding, it couldn't hurt. So, okay, let's go. Went and got the high priest, I believe, of Lumos, being Elsie, who I learnt later died.
Yeah.
So I was probably one of the last people to receive any blessing from them, which is...
Well, you know how you flipped off a big demon dog?
Yeah.
She back chatted a herald.
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, I got told about that.
Yeah, good times.
That shit's spooky. Yeah, so went and got a blessing with that. That was fun. Just like the way Elsie did it was just so bubbly and delightful. Basically, like, you know, bond of hope, bond of friendship, bond of happiness. You know, basically told each of us told the other, basically like this our secret hope, the thing that drives us, and like we're like, no, at this point you are now friends. It's like that was very sweet in its own fun way. Went back to the hospital, checked the wound, and then get informed from Warren as an ST. The fire of Anarch battling that wound has been replaced with the light of Lumos. It wasn't more powerful, it wasn't less powerful, it just replaced it. Did it again with Arcadian. The light was replaced with Courage. Did it again, and this one hit me a bit hard. Did it again with Servitas, in receiving a blessing from Harlig.
Oh dear.
I was very nervous because it's Harlig, and I'm involved in some very dangerous experiments.
Harlig has a very strong personality.
Yeah, exactly, right? I'm like, no, this seems like something Harlig would be about. And I even said, as we were sort of getting started, I said, please don't yell at me. I was like, please, please don't scream at me. And then he didn't. He did not, through all of this. It was actually kind of interesting. This exchange was rather interesting. Because he asked, you know, what has happened? I told him. He asked, why did you do this? I answered, a little confused. He asked again. I sort of expounded. Asked again, why did you do this? And the way he said it, like, it made me think. I felt like I was getting scolding from a teacher. It's like,
he's dealing with Harlig?
Yeah, it's like, yeah. This doesn't feel good. I'm uncomfortable. And then I realized, no, he's checking my honesty in why I did this. So I said straight up why I did it, which was, you know, this needs to be explored. The Onyx are fucking about with stuff like this. I seek to do this to stop them, because if we can remove their whatever they're doing in the astral, if they are indeed doing stuff in the astral, which we believe they are, we can do this to go forward and try and stop them. Like, I've put my own life on the line for this purpose, even if it means I perish. And he said, well, then you don't need anything from me. You need me to tell you that you follow Servitas. You are already doing it. You need nothing from me. You already have it. So that was a nice exchange. It also made me, in and out of game, realize something about Harlig that I'm not going to talk about, because it may, depending on how things play out, and I've got to do a little more research into a couple other things, it may result in some words being had between Dahab and Harlig that may turn into a duel of some kind.
Oh no.
again, I've got to do a little more research, technically both in and out of character, to make sure, like, have I interpreted this the right way? Am I going about this the right way? And if I have, then there may be a sock and duel. Maybe.
Sock and duel against a blind man.
Yep. Remember, sock and duels are nothing about fighting. That's the most common way, but it is just putting something up that is worth something to you. So it could be a drinking competition. It could be...
It's literally arguing your point under stress.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, mind you, if it comes to the sock and duel, and it is, the fist, worded fist, I will probably say to Sam Pryor, roleplay beating the shit out of me. Absolutely.
And I'll just roleplay coming back for more.
Yeah,
until Harding is just
exactly.
exhausted.
I will just keep getting back up. But again, that's assuming it happens, and I'm gonna leave that as is. So the Harley conversation happened, came back, and it's like, yep, the courage of Arcadia has been replaced with the love of Servitas. Like, oh, that's quite nice. My wound is being battled with the power of love. That's nice. That's a very nice thought. And I was like, alright, it doesn't seem to be changing all that much, but I'll go one more, because we'll see if we can. And it was the High Priest of Panoply being Julius. Went and had that convo, out of the rain, kind of tucked in a little nook out of the way somewhere. And we had the conversation, and it was very intense. In fact, Brendan, who is the player of Julius, contacted me later the week after the game as a check-in to make sure I was okay. Because that was, at least on a minimum on his end, very intense. It was intense on my end, but I could tell it was more intense for him. It basically was going over Julius not being happy with the experiments that were happening, and that another person had been injured in a similar way to Dristan. Basically having not PTSD per se, but very much Dristan could have been helped, and he wasn't. And not wanting it to happen again. So essentially said, I'll give you this, but you need to swear to me you will not let anything like this happen to you or anyone else again. I agreed. Because of course I would. Received the blessing of ambition. And my wound of sort of being battling with the love of Servitas being now combated with the ambition of Panoply, which basically drove me for the rest of the summit. In a very good way. Went back to the Shard Circle, reported what had gone on, and now it's just gotten from the ST, and now it's just a waiting game and see what happens. I guess the next thing really was going to empower the Arc Line, which I did, I guess before that. Had a chat with Charles the Mayor, who was the individual I had promised Stormies to. Given my wound, even though I had learned later, I could have done Stormies with people and my wound wouldn't have transferred. It would have been fine. I just gave him one of my 2 drafts of Stormseeker because he wanted to do it, and I'm like, no, I want you to be able to do Stormies, even if it's not with me. I still want you to do this, and he had even procured 2 crystal mana to do it. So we traded Stormies for a crystal mana, so I have a crystal mana and a Stormies at that time, so later I could do Stormies myself if I wanted to, and not risk endangering anyone else. Because at the time I didn't know that it wouldn't. That crystal mana I ended up selling it to the Shard Circle for the last remaining crystal mana that they needed. For that fat 30 crystal mana to be pumped into the Arc Line. I assisted with its bond back to the precipice and the mortal sphere and all that jazz, assisted with its repowering, basically. Because they needed one person from every realm, so total of 5 people, and they needed... they needed 6 people, 1 of every sphere, and they needed at least 1 person from every realm. So, we had someone to cover... We had 2 of us from Andash, and they had 1 Lorenomere, 1 Bordevar, 1 Greenweald, 1 Iron Valley. We had everyone covering different elements, and considering at that time I was very much empowered by Panoply, I was like, no, at this point, like, I would count as someone being connected to Panoply at this point. That would fit. We empower the thing, we do the thing, and we get the flash from the Arcline basically seeing all the spheres. And this is the second time my character has seen something in the last roughly 12 years, is the Sphere of Panoply. So that was kind of nuts. And kind of cool. There was some other stuff that happened on that same day as well. Some private conversations about stuff I'm not going to talk about here, because it's secret in-game character things. It was a very nice conversation to have. Yeah, so... I want to say there was something else that day. No, I'm pretty sure that was it. There's probably something that I'm feeling, but no, I'm pretty sure that's it for me. Nothing else really happened that night. I just mucked about, did what I needed to do. Yeah, so it was pretty much my day. So I went from a character that really had nothing to do with church directly, but himself was very much a man of the faith. That then went to getting blessings from 5 of the 6 high priests. The only reason why I didn't go for the blessing from the High Priest of Stalia is because they were on a conflux to the Temple of the Iron Star. And obviously, given what I heard after that had occurred, I was like, no, I'm not going to bother them. I'm not going to bother them. That's enough. That's enough for that person for that day. I'm not going to part of this extra thing. That would not be fair.
Hearing that morning of, oh shit.
Yeah, that was... I mean, I heard about it that night of what went down. Like, it was bad. It was very spooky.
Yeah, given the fact that there are some people who had no faith previously that now have faith, that really does prove some stuff.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, the Iron Star things are not for me to speak on. I feel at this time. Yeah, that was pretty much my Sunday. So, and I also want to make it very clear. I was so happy in a weird way that I was an idiot enough to tussle with that wolf because I got so much fun game out of it. Because from what I was told later, Josh, who plays Izu, and I could kind of tell just from sensing it in the air, because he came with me when we went to the hospital and observed everything that went down. He was like off in a corner observing the surgeons look at me, and I could tell he was very, very like paying attention and very, very like unsettled. Because this could be another Dristan situation. It could be worse. It could be not as bad. I will say I have an amount of information on what it will be like. I'm not going to say it. There's a couple of people I have said it to that I know aren't going to say anything. So I'm sitting on that one for now until I get some secrets. Yeah, until I get something in my character bag.
The famous last words.
Hey, look, if Dahab carks it, he's gonna cark it in the most like if it's like, no, I'm gonna die, and like whatever I get is like, no, I can't do anything about this. I don't think I can. I don't think it's going to be possible. I'm probably still going to tell people that there's a chance, but also kind of make it clear I'm going to try and save myself, but I'm also going to work to do everything I can if this is going to be my final, 72 hours or whatever, basically. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure I leave this sphere, I leave the mortal sphere, having done all I could.
You need to go skydiving and get like 3.7 seconds on a ball called Fu Manchu as two of things.
Yeah, gotta go fucking play fucking hand slaps with one of those bloody Elsevier juggernauts.
Rocks, paper, scissors.
Yep.
For some reason, the crab-like one only goes for scissors. So as long as you play rock every time, you can't lose.
Yep.
Take that, Sea Boy.
But yeah, my next summon's going to be interesting. That's assuming I get anything next summon. Like, I could open my character bag and there could be nothing. I couldn't,
Or they could mean that you've left behind and then assume that it's something that's been put in and spend 4 hours trying to solve something that doesn't need to be solved.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, that's one of the best and worst things Warren could possibly do to me, is not have anything be put in my character bag and then not say anything. And when I ask him, like, has my wound gotten worse? He's like, you're not sure. It's like, oh, you dick.
I don't know, how do you feel?
Yeah, 100% fucking Sideshow Bob steps on
players.
Link.
By the players.
Yeah, it's good. Like, because Warren commented on my post saying, we were going live today, and he was like, because they got the meeting, it's, he's very curious on my thoughts on things. I assume pertaining to all of this. Yeah, if you're listening or watching back to this, Warren, at any point, my thoughts on it are, I like it, it was fun, I'm probably going to be armed, if I live through this, and have the opportunity to go into the astral and encounter that wolf again, I'm going in armed.
No, you just need the protective ward. I already know what the protective ward needs to be. It's a pineapple.
Fucking
Pineapple will keep you safe.
Pineapple will do nothing. A blade of war will do plenty.
No, the pineapple is mightier than the sword in this situation.
It is not. I can't take a pineapple into the astral.
Why not? It's where they grow. Just find one growing in them.
That's not. No, stop. Hush. Quiet. Enough with your pineapple shenanigans.
Never. For only with the pineapple shenanigans will Lorenzo's name live on forever.
Fuck. But yeah, that's pretty much it for my Sunday. Yeah, I got nothing other than all of that. That's pretty much where my summit for the most part ended. I didn't really do anything on Monday for the most part. Aside from just milling about, talking to people. Yeah, I have kind of spread the word in character of like, yeah, I might be dying. To like, but only to people that in character I am like friends with and close with.
Okay, we've got your party planned. Sorry, not party.
Funeral. Honestly, that's
Funeral has the word fun in it, right?
That's true. And I would expect it to be fun. Yeah, that's been something kind of fun to think about. Of like, because I've thought about like, oh yeah, the heart dies, whatever, it'd be a thing. This summit, really cemented, and because also I did forget to mention, Charley, Ekorn, and Dahab had what was for Dahab a very good conversation, a very heartwarming conversation. Very much and this is part of it to put it into perspective, that it's going to be interesting to see that if the hub does die, what is going to happen and who's going to react. Because I very much play this character as someone that just does stuff because it has to be done and doesn't really care too much about getting too much else. Like, he'll deal fairly, he's still a bit of a trader, he's a bit of a merchant, he's still going to do his thing and kind of be on the hustle, but he's generally a do the right thing because the right thing should be done at all times. So it's going to be interesting to see how much of that attitude has influenced things and to see what happens. I'm very curious.
I think that's a same for everyone, is to see what their legacy in the Concord is going to be. Like people like James Byland, for example, when Jarmere didn't make it back through the portal. There's now an entire settlement named after him. What happened? Yeah. It's going to be a very strange thing.
I did have the weird sort of ego moment of like, wait, what if I get named the first Concordian Paragon? Like, hot damn. Like, at that, I think that something like that would actually break me as a person.
Oh dear.
I think that would hit me of like, oh shit. Like that. Like, yeah, it doesn't matter what character I play in the future, it's not topping that.
I mean, considering how the Concord is going, I think their goals is to break a lot of players' spirits.
Oh yeah. It's interesting to look at mortality now that I am realistically probably kind of close to it for this character. And how to approach that. It's interesting. I have thought about the death and sort of how I kind of want to play that out if I get the opportunity to play that out the way I want. And I plan to make it as traumatic as possible. Because that's how I live. You know, I like to make sure that at minimum I am emotionally invested in it. And if I'm emotionally invested in it, you can bet your ass I'm going to make other people emotionally invested in it.
Yeah, look, I just hope that I will have a chance to just do one final act to help the Concord. I don't know what that will be, how that will be, when that will be. But I've got two options. If they're like, yeah, you know what, you can do something, you can go within these guidelines, great. But the other thing I'm probably going to do if I die is I don't want to have that moment from death to end of the day when I'm mourned and people are around me. That just would make me super uncomfortable. So my plan is, if I've got a collection of acorn seeds, sort of acorn pendants that I've printed out over time, and so essentially anyone that's gone on that contract, I'm going to wait at the waystone, get there first, and then just put one in everyone's like pockets or pouches, and then I'll go and do my own thing for the rest of the day. And so they'll randomly find these acorns in their pouches.
That's nice.
And just that's the little thing of bye.
Yeah, I have a in-character journal, and I definitely plan on like that journal being passed on, because that is everything through like Vid's venture through being part of the summits, and yeah, like everything she knows. And as a follower of Stalia and Arcadian, like to be able to impart some knowledge that Vid knows, whether it's from being part of like certain circles, or yeah, just having someone know things and have that knowledge not lost is what I'm most concerned about if and when Vid finally cocks it.
It's definitely one of those things that, especially this game, has brought a lot of, oh shit, we are going to see deaths, and it might not just necessarily be Flynn Lowry killing everyone. Good old Steve Boy, the player slayer. Just, yeah. Although that does also lead me to my Monday as well. So
I think I got nothing left to chuck in about Sunday. Unless you have anything yourself, Melody, I reckon we crack into the Monday.
Well, Monday is a day that my psych definitely will look at and go, I hope there's many more of these at LARPs. Because it's just free money for him, essentially. So it starts off with a minor conflux to go and find out what the hell the Marlin, the new ill-severe general that we'd never seen before, and the fact is that we know he's bringing beasts. We've never seen him before, we've never had contact, and so we're like, look, we're going to go and take him on. Let's take Greenwheel, let's take Ants with us, because they can get some actual fighting knowledge about it before their conflicts. So we go along. Kudos to Lorraine's wonderful jester ego that managed to jump in as the 25th player, which left us without our range support that we desperately wanted. But you know what? They fought like a harlequin, so it all worked out in the end. It was hilarious. 25, end. And just looking back, going, oh no, what have I done? Brilliant. So fought against them, no injuries. Literally, it was a perfect victory for the Concord. No traumatic wounds, no spiritual wounds, no nothing. Like that by itself freaked the shit out of the hospital when I walked through, and like, the big guys, I told you I put you out of business. Everyone's fine. And they're like, what? No, this is a trap, isn't it? And good news. So it was a successful attack. We didn't kill it, but we certainly dealt it a lot of damage, and we killed its handlers, which we had hoped would slow it down in the actual complex later in the day. Yeah, Seaboy, wow. Absolutely amazing outfit. Concord, like, even if this was where all our money was going to, with these like NPC outfits, I would not be upset in any way, shape or form. They're getting better and better, and I absolutely love it. So we had that. I'm just trying to think what else before the inevitable. It's kind of just like hazing over my entire mind. I think that was it, because the weather was absolutely atrocious, so no one really wanted to do much. So Conflux comes around. We go to Bolsterly, that even though there were a lot of negative feelings towards my character using Crystal Mana to try and find out the content of a certain wooden box with dirt in it, that actually led us to this Conflux. So I feel a bit more vindicated now, I'm happy that it was actually useful instead of just an absolute sink of Crystal Mana. So wet weather was not the greatest fight in general. It's something that we've spoken about for air, in regards to the number of headshots, the unsafe fighting practices. It was a lot in that fight. There was a lot of checks. I think that people were overexerting themselves significantly, which I don't think helped the situation. The weather was poor. A lot more care needs to be taken than some players, I feel, were doing, and it resulted in some injuries, what I believe. And the thing is that there are so, like, you can't have eyes on everything. There's a certain number of marshals and stuff, and that's why it's so important for players to take responsibility for themselves and for the person they're fighting, because you can see behind them, they can't. And so when there's rocks, water, trees, monuments, people, you've got to be careful. And I definitely feel that that's kind of being forgotten, especially with such large confluxes of please look after each other, because as much as the STs and orgs and everything else are doing everything in their absolute power to make everything safe, so we've got our combat clearances, we've got the constant reminders, the constant updates to make things safer and better for everyone. The players themselves have to take that as well and realise this is a game. You don't want to go home in an ambulance. You don't want to go, you know what, this isn't for me because I'm just getting hurt all the time. Instead, look after each other. As soon as that happens, there'll be a few checks. It will just be completely random situations that will cause these checks. Like, Seaboy's outfit was ruined. Well, not ruined, but damaged significantly because people were hitting it too hard. John McQueen was headshotted multiple times. And I do feel a lot of this comes through fear. Like, newer players, potentially not used to being in a combat situation, suddenly big scary monster, or Seaboy appear in front of them and they're like, what do we do? And they're unsure of what to do and then start lashing out, and that's when potentially there are issues happening. Sadly, the conflux was only a minor victory, although I think sadly only a minor. There was a lot of confusion between Andash and Greenwheel. There were certain things missed, and there were some deaths.
People just straight up left by the portal as well.
Yeah, timed out, and yeah, left at the portal in either bleed out or little health, and yeah, wow, things hit hard. That certainly did. Sort of coming back from being an NPC. Oh no, Brendo's online. Hello, Brendan. See, I told you, the one-eyed trouser snake is not dead, it's around. But it's one of those boys things where you don't know, and in a combat situation, you're not looking at time constantly, and suddenly, boom, you've timed out. And when coming back as an NPC, hearing that two of the Larry's died, I was like, ha ha ha, Nate, and because unbeknownst reason, I always associate Keith Barker as a Lowry, which I know is wrong. In my mind it was, and then walk around the corner, I see Jason as Lorenzo lying motionless, propped up against the Andashi undercover area, and people literally just said to me, "Your face drained of colour." My smile just turned to a look of horror, both in and out of character. And when I found out what had happened, I just couldn't speak. I was just mortified. So I just sat down next to Lorenzo as the rain increasingly got heavier, which I just think was in fact the mortal sphere crying in as much pain and sadness as Ekon was feeling. Just telling people who were like, "Oh, Brent's alright," and having to sort of explain to them, no, he was gone. And after about 20 minutes, he said, "It's getting a bit wet. How about I give you my arm and take it to the shards?" I'm like, "I'd rather not, but okay." So I go and take that to Tracy and Warren there. And of course, Tracy had no idea what had happened. And of course, that's when the emotion really starts hitting, because it was like losing family. as stated earlier, we were going to go ice skating together. We were going to go help Bordevar repair. We had been close since the first game. He'd been teaching me things, and we'd been sort of investigating things together. And our characters were very close. We had helped evacuate refugee tribe lands early on in Concord. We had laughed together, joked together, pineapple together. And losing him was very much akin to losing family, and it was really tough. And then taking his armor to Senate in a procession, and yeah, it was the first time I've really had really strong LARP lead that I had a week off work because of it. It was really, really tough. So yeah, that was it.
Taking some notes.
Kind of reliving it. So I think that yes, someone else should go on before try on camera.
My Monday, I don't remember a lot of it, but I definitely remember sitting in Senate. I think Senate was the main part of my Monday. Basically going through the last few, the last few motions of Senate, and Yalen being very particular about the treasury being full, and the Shard Circle being able to actively fund their own School of Magic, which is going to be in Lyon-Mer, which is going to be the DeRay School of Embers, I think it's called. But yeah, which was very good. And then, because, yeah, I am legit trying to think of, because I was basically spent by Monday as well. But yeah, like, it's very surprising how this Senate of, like, mostly different players, and how well everyone can get through the motions without it turning into a screaming match. Like, it was very much a relief, and Senate ended up finishing, like, almost half an hour before game end, which, yeah, was very nice. I definitely wanted to try to drink with the Billies in tribute of Ollie, but unfortunately, they were all too busy, because apparently everyone loves the Billies so much that, they got hired for so many jobs, and just basically did my rounds of making sure everyone was mostly okay. And I think that's really it for me, aside from, the struggle of, like, having to pack up when you're so bloody tired from the weekend.
Yeah, same. Like, on the ride home, I was, like, passing out in the passenger seat. Wait, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Alright, to know, because I muted my mic earlier, so I was,
Okay.
I just wolfed down an entire bowl of nachos as you were talking.
Nice.
Okay.
Cool. yeah, as I said, my Monday was kind of flat. I didn't really do much. I was informed in the same, I think in the same conflux wherein Lorenzo passed, that the Tribelands and actually Tribeland Senator had also died.
Yeah, there was a proxy sitting in her place.
Which kind of does mean likely next summit there's probably going to be, I imagine there'll be another election of Tribeland Senator. And considering kind of how I was feeling as a player and as a character after the one that we've just had, it's very much a debate of, do I stand for it again, or do I just let it go? Because initially I was like, nah, you know what, I've done my part to help Andash, and whilst I'm still going to help Andash, Andash does not seem to need my help and that effort. Like, I can put my effort somewhere else, and Ash is still going to be okay, and I can help out other places. That's kind of what I had resolved to do. And then the Tribeland Senator died, and then it turned into, alright, do I stand again? Like, is this, in a weird way, is this a sign that I am needed? Which is kind of mean and unfair, because I don't know how well, I do not know how well that individual went in their short term of office, so...
Yeah, you also need to factor in, like, your own character's emotional wounds. And
yeah, absolutely.
Because I know that, like, a lot of characters are going to be nursing, mental wounds from this summit.
So yeah, we'll see how that pans out.
A lot of things have, like, given, at the very least me, perspective on how one should view and treat the spheres, and also from interacting with the Dendari, how, like, it very much frustrated me on how confused the Dendari was at the spheres, and even though I myself am not a priest, I sort of had to, like, fight to not babble and go into a tangent, because he had absolutely no interest in learning any of our religion and culture. Like, in his own words, his joy in life was to fight, drink, and fuck. Yeah,
that sounds like the vibe the the World article was putting off. Yeah.
So yeah, he was definitely the warrior type, not interested in any scholarly discussions.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, it came out, really, Monday was just a flat day, like, especially the pack up. Like, as I said, I was passing out in the passenger seat. Like, I was, like, arms folded on my chest, had, like, some audio book or whatever running in an earpiece, and I was, like, head down. Like, I think my dad was trying to, like, kind of talk a little bit at first, for the first maybe, like, 5-10 minutes of the drive, and I was just kind of giving non-committal answers. So, like, kind of paying attention, but also, like, I need to, like, shut down here for a second.
One was work and not connecting sort of thing.
Yep. And then got home, ate food, and then got all my stuff out of the car. And then was like, cool. I'm gonna go pass out.
Yeah.
And I then spent the next roughly 4 to 5 days recovering. Because I needed to. Because, as I said, it felt like I had been in another country for a month. It absolutely hit me like a sledgehammer. Yeah.
It was very
is a thing. Yeah, I really don't have too much to say on the Monday beyond what I've said realistically.
Do we want to move on to possibly our closing thoughts about this summit and the absolute shenanigans that happened?
Yeah, I'll helm this one here for the initial, and then I'll handball it off. It's easy to say the Concord is in a very dangerous place right now on multiple fronts. And we need to be ready for anything. We have the shark at Larodamir's doorstep. We have the onyx that may very well be mobilizing at this point, given what has happened with the Avalon defectors. We have things that have happened with Zerkatal that are still somewhat up in the air and are very much a big question mark. And that's not to say anything of the factions that were once bound up in the Twin Blade Confederacy, and whatever may come from the Dendar and from the Artapazan, if at all. There's a lot of question marks around right now, and that's not even to say of the issues that lie within the Concord itself that have sprung up from this summit. If we don't fill in these cracks soon, the Concord is going to break. I don't think we're in danger of it breaking next summit, but those cracks...
We are in danger of a downward spiral.
Yeah, and we're starting to get there, very much so.
Because lose the Concord, when it's game over for the Concord, we don't get to restart.
Nope.
Game over, no more LARP. Get on with your lives.
The Concord has shown, the player base of Concord, and really the characters, all that jazz, they've shown a very interesting resilience that when things look like they're really going to shit, they actually do pull together. But we just need to have that pull together energy happening all the time, not just once. Like when things are at their worst, it needs to be all the time. Or it needs to happen more so than it is.
As much as I like to think that like the realms are sort of like siblings, sometimes we squabble, sometimes we go, oh shit, someone's beating up the other. It's like,
yep.
Yeah, yeah, that is how I like to be realms, that we're all siblings, since we all do share a very similar mindset, and sometimes even moral standings and traditions, but some of us are just not very good at opening up to others. And yeah, we do need to admit that whatever compels the Concord forward will also compel the other realms along with it. Because though it is written in Bolivar law that we're very wary of the outsider, and we sort of came late to the signing of the Concord because of our stubbornness. Yeah, that the Concord is meant to take care of everyone, not just a select few. And I do very much hope that with the Bordovarian Festival coming up, that we will be able to actually show a side of Bordovar culture that, yeah, will get people to lift their spirits and, yeah,
I'm really looking forward to the Border Festival. I have heard literally nothing. Like nothing solid about what's going on. So I'm genuinely excited.
Yeah, because there is a lot in Border hospitality. Like, we literally have festivals for every season of the year, and we have special holidays as well.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and you can understand how it's somewhat hard to like pull together, and some people wanting to show that Border can be vulnerable by basically doing a service to remember all of those that has been lost. But yeah, we also want this to be a festival, and festivals are meant to be enjoyable. Yeah.
Cool. A little bit of a teaser there. I am actually really excited.
Yeah, nothing is set in stone. I can only tell from the ramblings in the Facebook group of like ideas getting thrown around.
Cool.
But yeah.
Unless you have anything else, Melody, shall we handball over to Charlie to close this out?
Yeah, if Charlie is feeling okay.
Yeah, no, I'm fine for a closing statement.
Hit us with it.
I think that people need to start looking within themselves, and as Melody said, like, the Concord is there and it's going to fall apart. It's like siblings. And yes, sometimes everyone works together, but a vast majority of the time, everyone forgets that they've signed a Concordian document to come together. There are so many others that don't want to be involved in the Concord, and they stay within the realms. But we have chosen to be part of something greater, something better than ourselves, that only by working together will we succeed. And I think a lot of people need to look at it and go, oh yeah, I'm in it for myself, because of the fact that, well, I can get lots of stuff for me, and me. I noticed it quite a lot with Anandashi within the War Chamber, who was going around looking for a whole bunch of resources so they could make themselves a really cool sword and a really cool breastplate and some other bits and pieces for them. Oh yeah, well, it will help the Concord because I'll be able to fight better. Yeah, but what if you can't fight? What if you're killed? What's going to happen then? Just it's not going to help anyone then. Whereas Ekorn, for example, going around trying to find resources to create the Philosopher's Charm. Why? Well, this then means that any resources that the Shard Circle, the Senate, any realm needs changing from one to another can be done. And at the end of each game, it's going to be given back to the Shard Circle, so that if I do die, it means that someone else can use it. And without us working together, we are going to see more deaths, we're going to see more confluxes lost, and we're going to see, as Melody very rightly said, a downward spiral. We saw this game, the Durays, not doing particularly well. But what they did do is they looked at it and went, you know what, we can actually leave a positive legacy. And they've helped create this new school, which is something that Ekorn's been pushing for since Game 1, of a brand new school, a new Concordian school, so that we can start doing twice as many research proposals, which means that we're going to be able to start fighting on a level playing field with people like Onyx. Why? Well, if you've got two schools that are doing the research into the fire spell to kill Onyx, you're going to have far more success. I just think that at the end of it all, we're in this together. You can either die a hero and do everything that you can, or you can die with all of those vaults and coins that you've squirreled away. But I'm pretty certain in the spheres you're not going to be able to actually spend them. So think about that.
The worth of an individual is held as their memory and their legacy of what they leave behind. For some, it is ash and blood and scraps and nothing. For others, it is towers and temples and tributes. What matter is how you choose to have them be, and what others choose to do with that legacy, whether it is inspiration for them or a warning of a path that should not be walked, lest ruin be brought again. Thank you, both of you, for joining me on this almost 5-hour-long podcast.
Sorry, my bad.
No, it is. No, this is a part of the course for me.
Quite literally, each of us had our own time to ramble. Like, we obviously each had very big days of like and soul-shattering experiences. And yeah, yeah.
Because ultimately, I like these episodes being longer because it means people can listen to them in chunks at their own time, and they can just pop them on in the background if they drive to work or doing any kind of housework or crafting stuff. It's something you can pop on in the background. That's kind of the joy of this, is having time to just go. I do have plans for pre-recorded content that will be shorter. I have plans for pre-recorded content that will be very short and much more comedic. It remains to be seen how those will shape up, but we will see. For now, however, that is the end of episode 7 of Wanderer's Guide to Esterra. I will endeavour to have this uploaded to the YouTube channel ASAP, which you can find at youtube.com/wanderersguide. You'll know when you found it because you'll see all the other podcast episodes. They are listed. If you feel as if you wish to show encouragement and support in its own small way, following this Twitch channel, liking the episodes on the YouTube channel when they are uploaded, subscribing to the YouTube channel, and dropping comments. It is encouragement. I'm not really worried about the algorithm or any of that jazz. This is a way to show encouragement and interest.
This is a very niche podcast either way.
Yeah, like I'm not concerned with this becoming big or making money or any of that stuff. And even if it does make money, I have plans for that money to basically go back into Concord into some regard. At the end of the day, support is support, whether it's a like, a follow, a share, a subscribe, or even just at a training or at a summit or at a sanctioned event. Just saying, hey, I like the podcast. Just any encouragement is encouragement, and I invite all of it, including criticism, because fuck knows there's a shit ton wrong with this podcast. Tech issues abound every single time. At this point, it's a given. Yeah, there is nothing more I have to ramble on at the moment. I actually have a D&D game I have to get ready for in a minute.
Brilliant.
So, I mean, I've still got time. I mean, it's what, like 5 o'clock, surely?
Yeah, it is 5 o'clock on the dot.
Excellent. I got an hour before I leave. Perfect timing.
Yeah. Thank you for having us, Luke. And yeah.
No problem.
Thank you very much indeed, and I shall look forward to catching up with you at training or summit.
Absolutely. I'm happy we finally got you on, Charlie.
Yeah, life finally found a way.
Indeed. yeah, all of you listening, watching, whatever, thank you for being here, for however long you were. For those watching or listening later, thank you for observing. I hope
May
you
the
find.
spheres be.
Indeed. In the sphere's light we pray. And to any wayward devil dogs that decide they want to come up and make a front, move, bitch, stay out the way. We're not in the mood. I had to. I was like, hang on, where am I going with this? Oh, that's where I'm going with this. Got it. Alright. That's it. That's it. We're done. We're leaving. We're getting out of here. Do the thing. Bye.